Well, hey, what's up, guys? Uh, or should I say hello, y'all? And welcome to a Monday. I won't take too long because I understand that a lot of you have lives, work lives, and y'all got to get up early in the morning and, it's such. And yeah, because I'm very considerate of whoever watches this channel. So I'll try to make it quick. It'll probably be an hour, maybe an hour and a half, depending on how long I decide to, uh, do this tonight. But just want to remind you guys to please, 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 hit that like button on the way in. Um, just and thank you very much. I see we got three in the building, and I appreciate you being here. You got Phil Brad, one of the members of the channel, said okay, and hashtag the habitual line steppers and hesitation, whatever that means. But yeah, so this is what weakness looks like is the topic for tonight. Um, so let me offer y'all some context because Um, it is what it is. So we put this on the screen real quick. So I give y'all some idea. And I'll just kind of ramble a little bit before, more people get here. So weakness as it's defined. I'll go ahead and read the three definitions. They have a definition with two bullet points rather. Um, because I like to offer context, and this is going to be one of them off the cuff rants because I'm not going to even lie to you guys. Most of my broadcasts that I do, most of my lives that I do, I go into very blindly. I don't. I think about some of the things that I want to talk about, but for the most part, um, everything is instant. Everything is off the top of my head. And I try to be as factual and as close to the truth as possible. And one thing that I want to let a lot of you know is I don't succumb to pressure. I'm not a person that uh, I'm not what someone wants me to be, regardless of what some of you wacky dudes out there may believe or think. I would say wacky women too, but I am so far past that. It's ridiculous. And no, I don't think that it is a weakness to warn brothers, about horrible women. Because if you are a heterosexual man, you want to kind of peer into the female psyche in order to have an advantage because there's a couple things that you guys fail to realize, and uh, hopefully I can offer some clarity if I haven't offered enough clarity throughout all of the broadcast and what we like to call podcast or whatever. So let me just read this Google definition because trust me, with all of you, Google is your friend. So, weakness is defined as the state or condition of lacking strength. Tell you growing up, physically, I was a weak kid. Um, um, uh, I was a few months younger than my classmates. Uh, So they were a little bit bigger, they were a little bit stronger. And, when I got into a lot of fist fights as a kid, for some of them kids that I fought, I didn't stand a chance. This, it was a couple guys that were bigger than me that I did put them hands on. But for the most part, I lost quite a few fist fights, growing up and in my youth. And, but in high school, I never got into a fist fight. And in fact, since before high school, um, I haven't been in a fist fight. I haven't been in a fist fight. And I'm pretty glad because it was like once I started growing up and got that growth spurt and whatever, all that weakness that I had as far as physically, it turned into strength. It turned into strength and unprovoked intimidation by others. Toward others. And let me clear that up for you. I had a lot of people tell me, a lot of guys rather, because I'm not gonna fight females. You know, I had a lot of guys tell me that they would rather shoot me than fight me. Now, whatever the hell that means. And it's never a statement that I took lightly or took with a grain of salt. Um, the reason why those guys would say stuff like that because not because they was aware of whatever strength I had, they were aware of the weaknesses they possessed. They felt weak when they were around a person like me physically. I mean, they had strong personalities, but when it came to the weak part, I mean, when it came to the strength department, I probably outmatched most. I'm not too braggadocious. I understand what my limits are. That's a part of strength. Denying your limits is weakness because without an awareness of what your limits are, you can't surpass them. You can't. It's impossible. So we have to admit to our weaknesses. And exposed weakness is not really a bad thing because you have a chance to fix it wherever your weaknesses are. So, but you got to have the pride to identify what your weaknesses are so you can prove upon, the total package, which is you. It's not, but it's not weak, you know, to be able to understand and recognize what your weaknesses are. It's weak not to admit to those weaknesses. So let me read the bullet points. Quality or feature regarded as a disadvantage or fault. Yeah, kind of what I just got done saying. Quality or feature regarded as a disadvantage or fault. Uh, like, okay, maybe not, but uh, you ever heard the saying, "You're only strong as your weakest link"? A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. I'm sure you guys have heard that saying at one point. Yeah. So the second bullet point is a person or thing that one is unable to resist or likes excessively. Yeah. For a straight man, a woman that a man is attracted to is regarded as his weakness. I'm sure some of you, if you've been around long enough, you've heard the saying, "Your sweetness is my weakness." You know, MC Hammer had a song called "Your Sweetness Is My Weakness," and sometimes that can be regarded by you know some guys or some people as simping. allowing a woman to be your weakness. So I wonder what happened to, shift the thought process from weakness to simping. But and I understand the reason why a man would say that a woman was his weakness is because he already has physical strength and she doesn't. One thing that I learned from a personal observation is that women are, due to their frailty, compare as it compares to men, they have to use other qualities. They have to use their brains. They have to use their ability to sway you with their sexuality. And that's only what kind of stimulation or a reaction or to their environment, to their physical presence. So um I'm like I said earlier, I'm not gonna ever like fight a woman, not for real, unless I have to defend myself, unless the contact is initiated. You know what? But at the same time, it's not something that I just go around do smacking bitches and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, also in regards to this definition right here, a family member could be your weakness. Shit, you know. I mean, in a time where a man has to show an excessive amount of strength physically, mentally, and emotionally, there are people who have the ability to break that down. And that's not exactly a bad thing. So now that we got our definitions out the way, I think I'm going to just focus on all of it because we know how some of you Negroes are. Oh, they're just talking about women, oh, the other shit, blah, blah, blah. Because understand this and understand that all you guys talk about women, every one of you, in some way, shape, or form. And it is funny to me how a lot of you guys will sit there and say the shit that you say about, certain content creators, always talking about women, always bashing Keisha, always, or saving Keisha because you niggas are confused as fuck. I mean, seriously. And the one thing that a lot of you guys don't realize is that no matter what, your content is about women. As much as y'all complain about dudes talking about women, your content is about women. It really is. So I don't know what was up with like the bullshit projection, but that's weak. That's a weakness of yours, not being able to admit that you own some bullshit. 'Cause I ain't gonna lie, it's like, not necessarily with this platform or whatever, but there's some plenty of times in my life that you know, I was on some bullshit. But, it takes strength, not weakness, to admit that you're not perfect. I am not perfect. I am not him, okay? I am a him, but I am not him because I do understand that improvement is a progression that you are going to make until the day that you die, unless you just flat out give up on your life. And while you still are living and breathing and have all of your physical faculties about you, my suggestion is that you don't, especially if you are young enough. And although nearing the half century mark, I'm still young enough. See, my family has good genetics. I don't give a fuck what any of you bitches say. My family has good genetics. On my dad's side, On my dad's side, we live to be about 100, about 100. So, granted that I don't get hit by a bus or some surprise plague or disease or some freak accident, like getting hit by a bus happens. I'm probably going to be here for a while as long as I take care of myself. you know, as long as I continue to seek strength in my middle years and on into my senior years, you know, because you only live once. You only live once. So, all right. So let me address something that I said last night. And by the way, I wasn't kidding at all what I said at the end of last night's broadcast. I shouted out 4 content creators and I wanted to challenge them to a discussion all at once. And those 4 content creators are Truth as I Know It, Man of Tomorrow, Spiritual Logic, aka Hulk, and AM1. I want them to come and talk to me about what their goddamn problem is. Because I see AM1 took that bullshit broadcast down yesterday. And like I said, we can do it at any time. I'm going to give you guys, if it's all 4 of you, and hopefully it is, I'm going to give you 1 hour before I open up the panel. I'm going to give y'all 1 hour to talk about say whatever you need to say. I will represent the Black Manosphere. You can try to go to Obsidian with that shit because Obsidian ain't really studying any of you niggas for real, for real. I mean, I understand he had an issue. you know, I don't, I represent, but I won't speak for the other content creators. They can, they can do a challenge on their own platforms. But I'm saying it on my platform, and I'm gonna say it in your comment sections. So if any of you guys have your ears open, please be on the lookout. And if you decline, I'm gonna call you out every time I see you in the chat. That is just all there is to it. I hope every time I say it that it puts you on edge, just like I did AM1 yesterday. Your interpretation of whatever the fuck I'm doing on this platform is skewed. And I guarantee you, no weakness will be displayed on my side. So whoever's listening to this, if you want to deliver that message, is fine too. But I have no problem saying it in real time. I want you guys to come in real time and say all that bullshit that all y'all been saying for weeks, months, years. And it is quite pathetic that it's gotten to years with this. You can talk to Kev about it. Hell, it's the internet. Let's make this motherfucker interesting. So, all right. So, what is the weakness that I see in this space very often? So let's talk about this narrative where there's talking about all this Keisha bashing and all this other shit. Oh, we don't have a place. If we're not women, we can't sit there and talk about women. Okay, I do understand and I do admit that there's a term that is used called ad nauseum. So let me look up that ad nauseum, and it does get to a point where when you discuss something ad nauseum, it does become something tiresome. So, and forgive me if some of you feel like I'm boring you right now, but hey, so, ad nauseum, adverb, referring to something that has been done or repeated so often that it has become annoying or tiresome. Hmm. I'll give you an example of this. The narrative that the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, is trying to push is being done ad nauseum. And what I mean by that is it's the same formula ever since I would say Spider-Man No Way Home. Girl bosses and weak men who keep getting disrespected. The weak men keep getting disrespected. And it is killing their brand. But it seems like in this space, when something is discussed ad nauseum, it is revered by whoever your audience is. For example, there's many, many content creators that discuss their issues with the Black Manosphere. And there's nothing wrong with criticism. There's nothing wrong with criticism. There's nothing wrong with criticizing me. If you feel like that's what you have to do, then go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. But most of you guys are doing this shit in an insulting manner. And for myself as a black man, I do understand that we need to do better when it comes to shit like that. Sitting up here talking about me, talking about others, you know, saying that we're nothing but a bunch of angry incels because y'all know how much y'all love white people and their words. So yeah, I'm gonna look at the chat in a second. I got it on screen share right now. Shit. But that's basically it for the monologue part. Uh Shoot, because this is like I said, I wasn't gonna be on here this long, but I guess I can go for like 30 or 40 more minutes. But anyway, let me talk to y'all a little bit about weakness. Weakness is for whatever context that I just presented. Weakness is not admitting that you have shortcomings, blaming others. Most of all, for a lack of success that you yourself caused yourself to have. And I find it quite funny, because you guys, instead of saying what you guys really feel, you would rather sit there and try to blame others for that shit. You know, I'm not the kind of person that will sit there and blame a space of very few guys as it compares to the general population for the problems that already existed before the fucking internet was made available to the average American citizen or the average citizen of any fucking country. That's weak. That's weak. Because I remember how people used to tell me, because of what I did on Facebook a few years ago, that I was contributing to dividing the community. And I was really puzzled because, number one, at the time, I didn't think that I could have that much impact on anyone at the time. um, but right now, I'm a person that believes that anything is possible. I got sick of people not wanting to admit what the actual problems were. I got sick of black men always giving their positions up, always giving their ability to, you know, exert some authority. I got tired of that shit. I got tired of us not taking our place in the conversation. Being this little being this little background player that just keeps his fucking mouth shut and then let the women in his life get in front and do all of the, I would say the emotional or mental heavy lifting, controlling the direction of where things went. I got tired of that bullshit from my elders, whom I respect. Don't get me wrong. I got tired of that bullshit from my peers, some of my peers I respect. Some of my peers, I just kind of look at you motherfuckers and shake my head. I got tired of it. I got tired of unwarranted disrespect over shit that, I didn't personally do. I mean shit. And a lot of you should be tired of that shit as well. It is not weakness. It is not weakness to take accountability for something you did not do. It is weakness to take the blame for something that you didn't do just based on societal pressure, I would say. A lot of us can't do that. A lot of us can't do like me. A lot of us can't look at society and put your middle finger up. You can't do it. Most of y'all, most of y'all put your middle finger up, because you're taking a picture at the club or some shit like that. Some superficial crap that doesn't matter. But if we're going to regain our strength as black men, we're gonna have to admit to a few things. We're just gonna have to admit it. First of all, we're gonna have to admit that yeah, we gave up our power to the bitch. That's number one. We gave it up. We we acted like we didn't matter as long as we contributed our physical selves to society. You know, many a time to the point of death for many of us black men. We used to go in these factories. We used to work on these construction sites. You know, some of us used to work with asbestos before they banned the substance. Some of us who even joined the military and expose ourselves to things. I mean, I'm not military. I'm not military. I haven't been military, but I have a huge respect for anyone that does that shit. A huge respect for someone who's willing to put their life on the line just so we can maintain our way of life, or that's how the media puts it, at least. But that was the idea for a lot of young men going into that, and then they come back, they're all crazy, but they got money coming in each month, so they can take care of what they need to take care of, including their families. We as men have made many sacrifices to make sure that society is up and running. And what is the thanks we get for it? Especially as black men. Black men, we don't get a lot of credit for the things that we have done to shape this society. We have people with very short-term fucking memories who don't know their history that assume that black men have done nothing. And weak ass niggas won't fight that narrative. You won't. I don't give a damn how many women are involved. I don't give a damn how many females are in your ear. Y'all don't want us to worry about females. Y'all don't worry about them bitches either. And I'm talking about the two sides to the argument. Shoot. So anyway, shoot. So it's the start of your week. What are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do with your week? Are you gonna produce? Are you gonna continue to to push forward to become the best versions of yourselves. The natural way, of course. Or are you going to fall weak again? Because you know what? I would never ever pacify a group of people that calls me defeated, conquered, dusty. I'll never do that shit. Sorry. You know why? Because I don't fucking have to. Shoot, this is YouTube. And that's another thing. Everybody's, there's a bunch of people that sit up there and act like, oh, well, you should be talking about this. You should be talking about that. No, and then I'll turn around and say, well, why don't you talk about this shit on your YouTube channel? Shut the fuck up and come trying to police what I talk about over here. But, I'm not like all content creators. A lot of content creators succumb to the bullshit. And that right there is a display of weakness. That right there. The absence of strength, the absence of resolve for what you're passionate about and what you believe in. The ability to say, fuck you. And that's it. This is how we should be conducting ourselves. I mean, some of you might believe different, but it is what it is. So, but I'm not going to kowtow, especially on a Wi-Fi connection, especially on the internet. You got these people who try to be little online bullies because it's a projection of their own weakness. You know, doxing your information, involving your family, all because they can't handle words that's being thrown at them. Yeah, I can handle words. I can handle words and answer words with words. It's that simple. Who in the fuck out here cannot answer words with words? It's one of the simplest fucking things you can do. Seriously, seriously. If somebody says I'm conquered, dusty, and defeated, I'm gonna just throw what I think about them back. Short, fat, sloppy, whatever. Because there's something called provocation. So let's look that word up. Provocation. Provocation definition. Because there's a lot of people like to sit up there and they like to say shit and then act like you can't say nothing back after they provoke you, and that's some weak shit too. Oh, you're your fifis about what I said. Oh, so provocation. Let's spell it out. Provocation. Action or speech that makes someone annoyed or angry, especially deliberately. If you deliberately piss me off, you have provoked me into saying some shit that I can't take back and will not take back. Period. Hopefully, it's not so bad that I feel as if I have to apologize for it. So, so we got the synonyms: goading, prodding, incitement, rousing, stirring. Stirring the pot. Also, the second definition: testing to elicit a particular response or reflex. Mm. A lot of you motherfuckers out here act as if no one can say anything to you once you insult people. Sometimes, and like sometimes, like, and this especially relates to females. That second definition, testing to elicit a particular response or reflex, meaning that yes, females will test you to see how far they can go with you. It's kind of like children. Children will test you to see what they can get away with. They want to provoke a response. They want to see how you react to things. And and here's the thing: if I believe I'm being provoked, then you're gonna want to immediately, whoever's provoking me is gonna immediately want to change the situation to a more positive one. So, all right, so far so good. That's what you said. It's shit test. That's what it is. A shit test. I don't like being shit tested. It is like children. What up, RPM? Let me get some shout outs in the chat before 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 I open up the panel. So this is what weakness looks like. Yeah, reset the title. APTV, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Big Dog Prod, I'm listening. What it is, American Negro, they need to relax. What's going on, my brother? What's going on? Shoot. Yeah, I did have 33 in here, but it shrank to 24, So probably put it in they people sometimes click on your broadcast, so they see so they can keep it in their history so they can come back and watch later. I know I do sometimes. Hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd power says, never boring, my brother. All right, I appreciate the compliment. Hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd power goes on to say, Batgirl series talk about Batman abandoned Gotham, so she got to step up and do what Batman couldn't. That shit annoys me. Yeah, man, and that series failed miserably. Ken seeing red, what's going on? Talk your talk. Black men are not allowed to be angry without shaming tactics. I beg to differ. We're allowed to do whatever the fuck we want to do. Black men are not allowed to have emotions. SMH. Black men have emotions, but we aim to not be emotional. Um, one thing that you have to understand is that there are a range of emotions. They're not all anger, frustration. When someone says emotional, I know what they're getting at, but there's a range of emotion. There's happy, there's excited, there's sad. It's all kinds of things. But when they talk about emotional, it when people say emotional, especially in this space, they mean that you're in disagreement to whatever I say. So I'm going to use a word to throw you off of your game, and usually that word is emotional. Detro0861, what is up? Good to see y'all, my brothers. Art Nostal, what it is. Picture at the club with fake jewelry that rent money and cheap liquor that's overpriced, acting like they are rebels. Ken seeing red, you are absolutely on punt. Funny, I was having this conversation with myself today. Yeah, sometimes sometimes the best person to have a conversation with is yourself, based on the musings of the world. Oh, I see Toya in here. What's going on? What's going on? Where's Toya? Where is Toya? Yeah, there it is. I hope you had a good birthday. So everybody say happy birthday to Toya. Uh yeah. Artist, all you man enough by the four tops. Simp niggas be like, come on, kid, that's a female. Man, I don't care about these bitches' feelings when it comes to words. I mean, shit. And when I say bitch, I only describe like a certain archetype. It doesn't have to be all women. It doesn't have to be that. Although, whenever I hear some of these content creators around here say the word hoe, they are referring to all women. And that comes from being sort of a derelict. But it is what it is. It is what it is. DJ B side 1965. Damn, it's been a while, bro. What's going on? He says big facts. Shit. Yeah. It's fact. So tell you what, I'm gonna open this panel. If anybody can come up, but if those four naysayers are lurking anywhere, they can step up on the panel. But I would prefer all four of them, and I'm gonna keep saying it until it happens. Shit, I mean, shit. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody got to do it. Because I'm tired of the bullshit displays of weakness. I am not an authority figure. I am not an imaginary president or anything like that. The only person I can be stepping up on this platform is Kev. Kev is short for Kevin, my actual government first name. So, all right. Either someone can step up here or I can continue to talk. Yeah, look at that. There you go. Happy born day to the darling of the channel, Toya. Hope you enjoyed your special day. RPM. Happy birthday, Toya. Art Nostal. Birthday wish your sister. So, so yeah. So this is what weakness looks like. Uh, Weakness in the context that I am presenting tonight, weakness is giving up your position just to satisfy and satiate the feelings of others as a black man, which I refuse to do. And my wife knows that I refuse to do that shit. She knows it. I think that's what she admires about me. And she's told me this before. My constant show of mental strength. Because like I said, at one point in my life, and I know some of y'all, it's tough to believe, I was sort of a weak person. I cared about what other people thought of me. I tried to adjust according to, how what people told me what their perception of me was, by doing various things like switching up, my wardrobe, trying to act like something I was not. And that was before high school, I would say. Not so much the wardrobe piece, but all that other stuff. You need to act the whole gangster. You need to let that thug come out, man. You don't need to be so nice. Nice guys finish last, blah, 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 all this bullshit. You know. I tried myself to adjust for people that did not matter. But becoming a teenager into adulthood, I grew out of that. I grew out of that. Shit. Well, most of all because I had to. In high school, I always kept a straight face. I wasn't one of these happy niggas, always smiling and cheesing and shit. I was a bit comedic at times, and that kind of worked out with the women. I had a lot of I had a lot of women that had a crush on me at the time. Especially in my latter days in high school because I had a sense of humor. Something I suggest you try. Even if you get even with guys who have difficulties with women, you could walk up to a woman and tell a cornball joke and you can hook her just like that. Yeah. Back in my single days, I hooked a couple girls with boyfriends like that, telling corny ass jokes. Yeah. But, as I found out, a lot of people were full of shit and was just as clueless as I was. So I dropped a lot of the weaknesses I had. I did. I dropped it. I said, fuck it. I said, fuck it. I couldn't do it anymore, especially after my episode with leukemia. Shoot. Who wouldn't after that? All I'm saying is life is too short for that bullshit. It really is. Anthony Drosos, what's going on? What up, crew? I think most of us are here because we all tried to be one of the good ones. Uh, I'm gonna here's the thing. Here's the thing. We're all one of the good ones. We're just a little bit more ruthless with it at the present time because that's what the environment stimulated us to become ruthless nice guys. And a lot of that shit is pissing people off. Do I care if people are pissed off about it? No, because most of Western culture itself facilitated all that shit. And some of us fail and succumb to it. We succumbed to the pressures of modern society and we became overly cautious, way too cautious at bullshit that did not matter. Shit. Yeah, but I do appreciate y'all giving the birthday wishes to Toya. According to Toya, she's here in this space because of me. I mean, she was watching Kevin Samuels, but she came here by way of him. R.I.P. to the Godfather. Yeah. But for black men, I gotta say this: now is not the time to be weak. I know we face a lot of criticism. I know there's a lot of people trying to gaslight us and doing all that stuff, but now is not the time to listen to all that shit, man. It's not. It's not. It's not. We're at a critical point in history where we could and I'm sorry, we could face being wiped out as a culture. In fact, it is like in 50 years, the only real blacks that you probably will find will probably be in Africa. Toy says she gives me all the credit. All righty. I'm giving you all the credit, Kev. I only watch average at best in the algorithm. It led me to you. All righty. All righty. Kev, since you had chicks that had crushes on you, did you have hating ass niggas? Yeah. Yeah, of course. They called me a cornball, say I'm corny. And then it was all kinds of shit that they did to try to discourage me and everything. They would come back and tell, they'll come back and try to berate the female in front of me or something like that, or try to get me to crack some jokes on her or whatever. I'm like, no, nigga. And a couple times I was threatened. Oh, the end of the school year, I'm gonna beat your ass. It's like what? Okay. I mean, for real, I remember my senior year in high school. This guy named Roy walked up to me. His locker was like two lockers down from mine, and it's just like out of nowhere. I ain't even talked to this dude, so I don't know what possessed him to walk up to me and said, "Man, look, all I'm gonna tell you is this: at the end of the school year, I'm gonna beat your ass. That's all I'm gonna say. So just go ahead and get ready." And I'm looking at this ugly ass nigga like, where the fuck did this come from? Come to find out, there was this girl named Rosalind that he liked, but she had a crush on me. Nothing ever came to fruition with Rosalind, but I mean, nigga, like I can't help that you ugly, that you fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. But the thing that attracted her to me was my cornball ass sense of humor. I mean, damn, niggas always sneak dissing and hating and shit. Nigga, on one of my first jobs, there was a dude going around telling people I was gay. I was like, what? Where the fuck did y'all get that from? I'm like, "What?" And then come to find out, a couple of the girls thought I was cute. Shit, one of the managers wanted to fuck. I wouldn't fuck her though. She looked like a gremlin, but I was like, "But damn, man, niggas, wow." And that was just the thing, man. It was like, instead of them working on themselves to improve whatever standing they had, shoot, they was hating on me. And see, the fucked up part about it was I didn't have a lot of that stuff figured out until it was too late. Because for a while I was second guessing myself. It was like I kind of knew what was going on, but when you have like a couple of voices in your ear, you that pretend to be your friend, they'll go back around and you know they were trying to fuck me over behind my back. Taught me some valuable fucking lessons. Seriously. And the lesson that uh I was taught was I got me even if no one else did. And that included family members and longtime friends, associates, co-workers. I had to I had to train myself mentally to pick up on things so I won't be clowned around and deceived like that again. So, Hybrid Catastrophic Impact X83rd Power says, I can't stand these haters. They can't step their game up, so they end up hating. Gremlin? No, LOL. Yeah. Then he goes on to say, if they can't have the chicks, they don't want anyone else having fun. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Damn, I haven't seen Dane Wan all weekend. I hope he's okay. Yeah. Yeah, he's usually here, but sometimes, sometimes you guys, some of y'all take breaks. You know what I'm saying? And that's cool because sometimes things go on in our lives that we have to pay attention to, that we have to give attention to, rather. So, hey, yeah. So, 4 minutes from an hour. So this hour went by pretty quick. Yeah. Gotta yeah, got to this week. Gotta prepare the little girl to she'll be starting third grade this year. Yeah, she's growing up so fast. She is. Yeah. She's growing up so fast and she's my beating heart, I swear. But she's funny too. She might actually grow up to be a female that's actually funny. It's like I appreciate that. So yeah. Let me give a shout out to the members real quick. Usually like I gotta get used to having a membership. Have my memberships activated. Usually when I see content creators shouting out their members is at the very beginning of the show. In particular, Green Gorilla and Dr. Tia Son Johnson. So shout out to D. Scott, Greg, Aaron Peters, and Phil Brad. Thank you for being members. And for anybody watching or anybody that now or in the replay thing, you yourself can become a member for a very, very low price per month. So thank you for your support. Say congrats to your daughter. Yeah, she's smart as a whip too, man, for real. Like shit, I couldn't be more proud. Couldn't be more proud. But you know how some of these old little hating ass niggas feel about fatherhood around here, feel about marriage, and I could care the fuck less. I could care a little less because when it comes my family, my wife and my daughter are my weakness. But as far as anybody else is concerned, they're the only ones that get it. Fuck the rest. I mean, but I do know how to respect women, but if you respect yourself, that really, really, really helps. So anyway, any of y'all got any questions for me? You know, oh yeah, rest in peace to Pee Wee Herman. Like Pee Wee Herman passed away last night. I was like, wow. I remember Pee Wee's. I remember Pee Wee's Playhouse. Watching it Saturday mornings growing up. First time that I ever seen Lawrence Fishburne in anything. Even though Cornbread Earl and Me came out a long time ago before that. Then you look at the pictures, man. Lawrence Fishburne in a cowboy hat with a Jerry curl is funny as shit. So rest in peace, man. It was a couple people that died. Like there was some dude that died on the HBO show Euphoria, as they announced. I never watched that show, but I was like, damn. Said Cowboy Curtis. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you just not finding that out, Hybrid? Yeah, Pee Wee Herman is gone. Yeah. Make a lick a high, make a hiney ho. Yeah. He said, Fesco died. I watched Euphoria when he was only 25 years old. Oh yeah, Darren Drozdoff. Yeah, passed away a couple weeks ago. Yeah. Yo, Draws, aka Puke, aka New World Warriors. Kareem Austin, what's going on? The Legends of Large Margin, Pee Wee's Big Adventure, LOL. Yeah. Anthony Drosso said he found out a couple hours ago. Remember that scandal Pee Wee Herman was in? That he got caught touching himself at a porn theater, and it was a huge controversy, like huge. And I'm sitting up there like, I wonder what would happen if that. I wonder what they people would say based on how society has evolved or devolved in some cases. If that happened today, would it be so controversial? Or will some blue-haired weirdo say, "Oh, he he was just being himself. He was living his truth." Yeah. Yeah, you goddamn right. Every day is a blessing, because tomorrow is definitely not promised to you. Shoot, you never know. Shoot, this could be the last broadcast y'all ever could hear me speak because I don't know when my day is coming. I just hope it's not anytime soon. I need at least let me make sure my daughter's gonna be okay before anything happens. But hey, that's all in the plan of of the one upstairs. Hey Kev, I have a question. At Black Men Being Brutally Honest, what motivates you to be so consistent with creating content? Hmm. Yeah, that's a yeah. I've thought about it. Uh, I would say one of my top motivations is people like you. I would say, and when I say that, I mean that the people that show up every time I go live. It is quite a few of them, and I kind of did a little roll call a couple nights ago. It's 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 you guys. That's what keeps me consistently creating content. You know, I've met so many cool people being involved with this space that it's actually a fun thing to do this. And it's just that it motivates me to keep coming back repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly. I mean, it's like even in the face of, and it, I do see YouTube as a money making opportunity, but the fact of the matter is like, although I appreciate the super chats and the cash apps, um, my authenticity is bar none because this is not something that it can become something that I can sustain a living with, but but we're not to that point yet.
We're not to that point yet. It's just that when I do get to that point, it's an exciting thought for me. But, the thing is, the tippy top thing is, um, we need for black men to keep our perspective out here, and I wanna be a steady contributor to that. I mean, shoot, so it pleases the soul, and it's good to know that there is some type of impact that I can make, but yeah. Yeah, my daughter and this platform are super strong legacy. You're saving lives. Okay. If I've saved anyone's life, seriously, it was nothing. This it just feels good knowing that if I'm able to do something like that, if I'm able to do something like that, it's it does my soul some good, I would say. No matter what people tell me or what they think about this black manosphere and black men doing podcasts because it's really a campaign, a constant campaign, especially from people that look like us to try to destroy what we're doing. And the first attempt was, when they did uh when they did that ad apocalypse where there was a group of sisters that were going around flagging manosphere channels and getting people and even like a lot of simps too, they were flagging manosphere channels, getting people's channels deleted, you know because and all that shit came from was feelings being hurt. So what that did was that sparked a lot of weakness and fear in a lot of content creators. And what that what that I believe gave birth to was the anti-black manosphere sentiment. Not wanting to be grouped with a specific group of guys based on fear and shaming campaigns. I don't know if that answer made sense to you guys, but that's pretty much my interpretation of it. And for people to give up, when I say constantly don't give up, that's a display of weakness. One thing that my aunt had to get me to try to get me to understand is that, and I'm not trying to brag or anything. She said you have a strong personality, but one thing you have to understand is everybody isn't as strong as you are. And then I would turn around and say, "What? There are those individuals that are stronger." So yeah. So if I'm saving lives, if if I'm motivating you to keep pushing forward, then great, awesome, love love that for real, because that's what brothers need. That's what black men need. We don't need a bunch of weak ass niggas trying to shut us up or constantly crybaby moaning and complaining and oh oh my god, you said I was you like all this other shit. We don't need any of that. We don't need any more of that. Sorry. Yeah, we need brothers like Art New Stall out there who made this uh, comment right here. They did a commercial spoof about him. A lady was lost in a clothing store with curtains. Soon as she opened one of the curtains, he made that funny noise. Then she started screaming like a scary movie. I died. Yeah, yeah. We need black men's perspective out here, and we need it to continue. Now, when black men are I don't know. A lot of these dudes, they remind me of I don't know if any of you ever read Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns about an older Batman or seen the animated feature. Um, but there was a lot of weakness being displayed because the president kind of outlawed superheroes and used Superman as his hammer to control uh, the activities of superhero, and the citizens were very scary people. They didn't want the superheroes around because they thought that the criminal element was penalizing them for the superheroes. So this is kind of how I feel. Feel. This is how I kind of interpret what's going on in space right now. There's a lot of scary ass dudes who just want us to leave well enough alone. And I'm here to tell you guys that's not going to happen. I am not going to display weakness and I'm not going to succumb to some dumbass trying to tell me that, hey, guy, you can't talk about this. You can't talk about that. Shoot. Ray Hummer, the Hummer Force, what is up? Hybrid catastrophic impact X-83 power. Says so many black men see the crap in mainstream that paints them out to be subpar. But then they come to this platform and platforms like Roger Report and gain more confidence and feel stronger as black men. Black men do not rely on mainstream media for motivation. Don't do it. It's okay to be proud of us who've made it, but I mean, as of late, like I said, I mentioned Disney and the Marvel Cinematic Universe earlier. Man, the one of the reasons why I'm really done with Marvel films and Marvel television shows is because they make black men, like I said, 2 things. They either weak, weak pushovers or gay. And it's just like, I'm sick of this shit. You know, some people say, "Well, what about Captain America?" You know, what about that? That's a white man sloppy seconds. What about what about War Machine? Man, when I heard what they did in Secret Invasion with James Rhodes, they got the War Machine guy, James Rhodes, played by Don Cheadle, that he had been a scroll, and not only a scroll, he had been a female scroll. I was like, I can't do this shit no more. I can't. I'm sorry. I mean, I actually checked out after the third episode of She-Hulk. And it's not because Megan Thee Stallion was twerking and She-Hulk was they use they use oh, spoiler warning, I'm sorry. For those of you who might want to watch Secret Invasion. Yeah, Rhodey apparently had been a scroll since he hit the ground in Captain America Civil War. Remember when he was knocked out of the sky? And he hit the ground and he was there. I guess supposedly he was paralyzed from the waist down. That's supposedly when the scroll Rhodey took over, and it was a female scroll. You know, not like I don't like. It's not like I don't like females in movie roles or something like that. But seriously, that's what you think of us. Yeah, RPM, goddamn right. This shit was stupid. He said, "Damn, glad I didn't watch Secret Invasion, and I definitely won't now because it doesn't compare to the comic books that came out back in the day on the Secret Invasion. It doesn't compare at all. They're not even trying at this point. Like I said, what they want to push right now is girl bosses and girl bosses and woke shit. And there's nothing wrong with a strong female lead as long as she's written well, but that girl boss shit is getting tired. It's like an obnoxious version of a man. That's what they're going for with these chicks. Hybrid Catastrophic Impact X83rd Power said they used to make black men nerds on some sitcoms too. I can name 3 sitcoms. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, yeah, Carlton. Carlton was more like he was like a dude that I would say didn't act black, but he was an intelligent brother who seemed like he had a very bright future ahead of him. But they made him so wacky to the point where no one wanted to be Carlton. No black man wanted to emulate Carlton. They would rather emulate Will that sat up there and did all the goofy shit. Uh, another another sitcom was Saved by the Bell. Another sitcom was Saved by the Bell. I mean, they didn't even give a proper opposite to Lisa, like Voorhees' character. Remember, like I guess it was like three. They had three nerd characters, and one of the guys that was a black guy. He was real short, had glasses, suspenders, pants pulled all the way up, pocket protector. You know, he looked like a discount. He looked like a discount version of Steve Urkel with a flat top. And speaking of Steve Urkel, the third show was Family Matters with Steve Urkel. Who in the fuck wanted to be Steve Urkel? Steve Urkel was probably the in fact, vastly intelligent. Vastly intelligent. But he was such a fucking nerd. He got picked on quite a few times in the show. And also, he was the biggest simp because how many times let me tell you something. How many brothers would prefer Myra over Laura Winslow? I know I did. I was like, Myra's cute as fuck. What the fuck is wrong with Steve? And then Laura just was just a wow, oh my God. Like when I look back on Laura Winslow, oh my God, she was obnoxious. Yeah, I mean, she was cute. She was cute. You know, I was a teenager when the Family Matters was out, so I could actually say Laura Winslow was cute. But she had such a horrible she had a horrible attitude. I always thought Urkel was cool with all those inventions, yeah. But I mean, it started going too far when he got like like when he made the teleporter that teleported them to Disney World. I'm like, nigga, you should be a billionaire. Like this dude built a teleporter. Yeah. Hybrid agrees. Myra is better. And Myra was the one thing that a lot of brothers look for in a woman. She was feminine and submissive. Not well, that's two things. Myra had a better attitude. Yes, she was. They were focusing on her body. Maxine was good looking too. Yeah, Maxine played by Cherry Johnson. Yeah, Cherry Johnson has a podcast right now. Cherry Johnson, yeah, Cherry Johnson. She's still cute. I mean, see, some people even like Maxine better than Laura. Eddie's girlfriend Greta was hot. Oh, Eddie. Myra fell in love with Steve Urkel's mind. So what you're saying is that Myra Monkhouse was a sapiosexual? I think that's what a sapiosexual is. Somebody who falls in love with someone's mind rather than their body, rather than their physical attributes. Okay, I'd look it up on my phone. Sapiosexual. Finding intelligence sexually attractive or arousing. Shout out to Complex Design, but doesn't Complex Design claim to be a sapiosexual?
He's attracted to a woman's intelligence rather than how she looks. I said, which I say, man, you might have a difficult time with that, brother. I mean, not because of his preferences, but because of the the grade of women that you deal with today. Because I gotta tell you, man, shoot, it's like from from the way it looks from where I'm standing, there's slim pickings out here. Slim pickings. You know, not every not every not every woman has the mentality that Toya has, or a Myra Monkhouse. But rest in peace to Michelle Thompson. I mean Thomas, the actress that played Myra. RPM said very slim. The sapiosexual shouldn't care if a man lives in a cardboard box as long as that he is intelligent. Then, LOL. Ray said no link yet. Oh shit. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll drop it. I'll go ahead and drop the link. 'Cause I did. I dropped the link like 30 minutes ago. Yeah. So there we go. So Ray, if you want to come up and share your thoughts, you can. You know, because the black man's perspective. Women even wearing bonnets here in Canada. Yeah, where the city that I live in at this point, man, them bonnets are running rampant. Like you go to a gas station, you go to a Walmart, it's like bonnet city. Yeah. So weakness. What is weakness? We already explained it. We already said what it looked like. Yeah. I mean, I know that some of y'all, well, not some of y'all that's probably in the chat right now, but when I say, let me say it like this. When I said the other night that people watch me based on, you know, how I monologue, what I say, the kind of content that I produce for everyone to see, you know, instead of me talking about people, dragging people through the mud constantly, I meant that. I really did. I really meant that. And that's something else that motivates me, per Toya's question from earlier. That's something else that motivates me. Yeah. The fact that you're not showing up just to see me talk about and berate people. So, okay, we got our art up here.
Just showing some Gen X solidarity.
Shit, so what's going on, man?
Oh, nothing much, man. Just getting some work done while I have the time.
Okay.
You know, I gotta take all my lessons and redo them so I'll be ready for next year.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You got to hop too, man, because it's about to be back in, school about to be back in, huh?
Yeah, a couple years. Gotta put on that war paint.
Oh yeah, shoot. So how's that working out? How's your profession treating you?
I got more options.
Okay, cool.
I think what I have to, as far as schools and things, I have to let go of that loyalty.
Yeah, yeah,
Not,
yeah,
not, not. I mean, when people that listening, not that I would be doing something against the other schools that I'm coming from, is that I try to stick around until the very end. And when I do that, I lose a lot of time doing. I could be somewhere else, doing something bigger. So
yeah. Because I mean, you only live once. You gotta grab the best opportunities while you still got the chance to do it. Um, Yeah, but
Yeah, especially after affirmative action, boy, you can't be one place.
oh yeah, oh yeah. But affirmative action, with them gutting affirmative action, did that really benefit black men at all? Do you believe?
It's hard to say right now, and it probably depends on the profession
Mm.
as well.
The
But
the profession.
it, yeah, it's hard to say for right now because remember, I think it only benefits the black man as far as optics, but not money wise. You get to really see who's being affected and who isn't,
Okay.
and it kind of it's almost okay. You know what it's almost like for those people that had problems with their spouse, and every time you finish the fight and she tells her story, you tell yours, but for some reason they're always believing her because you're involved in the story. Imagine when she tries to tell the story when you never were involved with her in the first place. Who are they going to be looking at? Her. So, in this instance, since we're out of the picture, they're going to be looking at everybody else to see who benefits from this, who really uses it, and things like that. But the only problem is what they're going to do about it. I mean, who's going to say, hey, you've been doing bad to these black men all these years? Who's going to step up and say that?
Yeah, yeah. Like I haven't seen it. I haven't
Yes.
seen it. In fact, in fact, since they declared women a minority in this country, wouldn't you say white women benefited more from it?
Oh, hands down. Even the white supremacists had to, succumb to that. They had no choice. So,
Yeah,
Hey, I was trying to get my mic together a little bit ago, but I was just trying to say what's up,
hey, how's it going, brother? How's it going?
yeah, man.
y'all.
Yeah. So, what kind of mic do you use?
Oh man, I just got headphones in this motherfucker while my Bluetooth chargers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's still a mic. You
Yeah,
know. Yeah, but if you're using it like that, just make sure that you're not hitting it up against anything because then that'll cause all that loud noise in the background. Uh,
right.
yeah, but
Did you hear any?
No.
a little bit, but it's
Oh,
not.
okay.
Let me see. Lord Love Smith said, "Nope, affirmative action doesn't benefit black men unless you are a homosexual. Outside of that, it's a hard no."
I only, yeah, because it didn't, like BJP was talking about, it doesn't, we're not really clear on it being towards gender. They every time you kept reading about it, it always referred about race, I think it's called race based. I think that's the words they used. That's the word they used. So, but other
Okay,
than that, like I said, it's the optics. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, and affirmative action was supposed to be about the fact that blacks were being discriminated on, so they had to find a way to, get us into better opportunities.
Yeah.
But that became a slippery slope.
Yeah, it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah. So, do you think that there's some benefit to getting rid of affirmative action? Because
Hell no.
because
Not for
because
us.
yeah, because we have those of us who are that or claim to be conservative leaning that thinks that affirmative action being gone is a great thing.
Well, I mean, overall, man, and shout out to the people that like crack that code. Usually when they say that, it's going towards black women. So they think that this whole affirmative action, since it's gone, black women going to fall on their face. So that's their whole thing, but they're not thinking about black men at all.
No, no,
Just-
no
yeah, they,
we
they, they like
we
to
had to
try. Oh, go ahead.
we
I'm sorry, brother.
okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like we had to strengthen our resolve because of the fact that it didn't really benefit us like that. But
Yeah, that's what I get from them, though. for the most part. And I'm like, dude, where's your soul? It's because it's like, when you go to, we talk about this on the panel, on some panels, I guess. If you really clearly being discriminated against and you take it to court, what cases are you going to use? Affirmative action is gone, because that's usually what you can use. Well, according to such and such versus such and such was treated wrong on his job because he was black or so, and it's the same thing that happened. You can't use that anymore. So you got to hold your own nuts. You can still try, though. You can still try to take this stuff to court, but you're going to gamble and see if the court is going to abide by it. Good luck in the South, too, for the people that are Southerners. But I think out here as well. And, out in the West Coast.
Yeah, but just I don't. I never saw affirmative action as a workaround of employment at will. In fact, I think employment at will, which is in the state of Georgia, it was in the state of Alabama and several other states, uh, was designed to, further deny, blacks opportunities. Uh, and For those of you who don't know what employment at will is, as long as they provide somewhat of a reason, they can fire you for any reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can. They need to get rid of that shit, man. Because we look at it in the
man.
nut. What my
that
voice?
noise? No, the noise.
No. You had some interference going there.
I did when I unmuted.
Like Raiden wins.
Oh shit! Damn.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, cause there's nothing going on in my background. Maybe my mic. Oh well. But nah, man. Damn, y'all made me forget what the hell I was.
Yeah. He said. Let's see. Lord Love Smith says, yeah, there's a benefit to getting rid of affirmative action because it will allow more opportunities for black men in the workplace by stopping the double dealing.
What? Okay. Troll alert.
Yeah. Well, he was here last night. So,
damn.
shout out to Lord Love Smith. Hybrid Catastrophic Impact X83 Power says affirmative action being gone will be good because men are the biggest taxpayers and these government benefits cost the economy.
How old are these people?
Old enough, but let's see. Next up on the docket is double minority status, which creates an unequal playing field against black men.
Hey, somebody get that fly. I'm joking.
Yeah, somebody called Mr. Miyagi. man, I watching Karate Kid 2 the other day, man, because it was on Netflix. I was like, let me watch this shit since I was on my Cobra Kai. And,
I gotta finish Cobra Kai.
Yeah, because at the beginning of the movie, he was trying to catch the fly with the chopsticks.
He said, everyone has luck, or something he said when he walked away.
Yeah, Hybrid says, I'm 40, bro.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Rest in peace to Mr. Miyagi.
No, rest in peace for that waste of time to get to 40.
Yeah, but Hybrid's cool. Hybrid's cool for the most part. He's here every broadcast, or mostly here for the live chats. But when he can't be, he's definitely on the replays. But
jeez, let me turn my sound down.
Yeah, Ray, where are you, man?
What?
Get your finger out that light socket, man.
Man, did you whiz on the electric fence? Actually, yeah, but
is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now.
I don't want to miss a broadcast. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Lord Love Smith says, I'm 34, did 4 combat tours, spilled blood in the name of American freedoms and way of life.
It's still not equal to teaching for 27 years, but oh well. Y'all know more about education than I do. Sorry for your loss, a waste of time. I tell that to my little brother. He's 43.
All right. We just got BGS up here.
Yeah, it's just affirmative action. Y'all must really trust white people, man.
Oh Lord, here we go.
It's sad, man. I'm hearing this
Y'all
stuff
must
like
really, y'all really must trust white people, because that's the only way it's gonna come out right. You guys really trust white men and white women that do the right thing.
I mean, there's black women I've seen that. There's black women I've seen that worship white white guys as we've seen them, but I've definitely seen them in men too. You know, I see men get all giddy and they get all smiley, and then when they turn to their fellow black man, they be like, "Nigga, what you want? I ain't helping you with this project."
No, the thing, it has nothing to, what I'm saying is, as a group, I'm not talking about individuals, right? That what smiling at people has nothing to do with it. So y'all must really trust white people that do the right thing, because this is economics, okay? This has nothing to do with friends and living next door to them. The thing is, can they legally refuse you from a position or a job? Because we have no clue how far this stuff is going to go.
According to the guys in the chat, it's not going to matter. So they can have that white man's lens all they want, but let's see how it works in a few years. We don't want to hear no crying afterwards.
And then they said the same thing about the Glass-Steagall Act, right, back in 1999.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the markets are different. Everything's different. It's been was it at the time 70 years since we passed it. We don't need it no more, and so we can get rid of it. And the banks, we can trust the banks to do the right thing, man. Was it 8 years later we had a crash, a worldwide banking crash? Okay.
Guess what, BGS? They're not going to be able to blame the boomers on this one.
No, they cannot. And really, I'll be honest with you. Me and Art will say the same thing. I hope that you're right. I hope that you can trust white people, and white people have changed and mended their ways. They will treat you equally and look at your content of your character rather than the color of your skin.
Yeah, they kind of help, this kind of mindset down there help usher in. This is a post-racial society, and then also the kids it's okay for the kids to read what's it called, Dick and Jane and Jane, and and all these different things.
Because right after that, after pass, all of a sudden they want to change the history books and said you wasn't slaves, you were actually indentured servants, and you came over and you guys benefited from slavery.
They got no issue with that either.
Okay, they don't.
I mean, I'm quite sure they're not. I'm quite sure if they disagree with that, they should erase their other comments earlier. I'm like, man, but this is what it is. This is what people put crazy people in the office. This is what people let people. This is what let people to get away with policies.
Hybrid construction. You cannot, until you get to my age and I'm dead, you cannot know as much as me. It's impossible. Okay. Otherwise, you be sitting in Kev's chair right now, disseminating. Okay, saying that you know as much as me, bullshit. But if you like to prove it, we can prove it, right? I have a whole channel, and Art can tell you. I always say step up. I say video for video. Okay, you got a channel. Prove that you know more than me or as much as me. I love to see it. Okay.
We should break out the Google scholars.
It's like telling Art I draw as well as he does, and I know this. Art been doing that since he was a kid. Ain't no way I can as good as he is. He's probably forgotten more styles than I will ever know that ever actually existed. It's impossible. Okay.
Yes, that's what we should do. We should bring out the YouTube certificate.
The link, right, boss. I was alive when it got passed. I was alive when they tried to get rid of it under the Bakke decision. You've had 5 or 6 times in Supreme Court decisions trying to get rid of affirmative action. They've never liked it from the very beginning. Okay. And trust and believe, I know the difference between before and after affirmative action. Okay. So the crumbs that we got actually helped, believe it or not. Believe it or not, getting in school, getting jobs, all that shit helps, because now you can actually, they're afraid that you will actually go sue the employer for discriminating against.
See, put that comment back if you can, Kev. You see what I was talking about? They think the affirmative action is directly against black women. That's why they have this misguided thought on what affirmative action is.
Okay, and say they do pull the money from black women. Okay, how does that help you in
Right.
black wealth? Because trust and believe, when the white women got it, did they go marry black men or divorce their white men? No, they took their money right on over and helped their family.
Yeah, that's what I figured, because that was the stuff that I was listening earlier, and I said, okay, that's what it's about. They're not looking at the big picture.
Now, how does black women not making money help you and your neighborhoods and your children or your future the children that your future children? How does her not having money help you? How does her being in poverty help you?
So, JT Devereaux says so slaves didn't benefit from the skills they learned during slavery, though.
Actually, the slaves actually were picked because they had certain skills. Because white men didn't know how to grow cotton, rice, tobacco, or sugar. Okay, they didn't. All those skills were transported over from the slaves. Okay, the slaves actually help design the internal combustion engine because they needed to get out of a way to actually process sugar. Okay,
And the floor plans too from buildings.
yeah.
They had all that.
They had all that. All those skills exist. Metallurgy, all that kind of stuff. Being a blacksmith, that existed on the continent. Okay, America, cotton didn't exist in America before they brought it here. And guess what? It also didn't exist. Didn't exist in Europe either. Okay, they didn't know how to grow it. So they expressly they could order a slave. Okay, we need a slave from this region because they grow cotton. Those skills were brought in by slaves into America, not vice versa.
I
In
think these
fact,
guys knew.
in fact, your whole modern industrial way of working, right? The factory way of working comes from the slave plantation, developed by who? Slaves. Okay, because they didn't want to take no ass whipping, so they had to develop a different way of doing things. A lot of the genius came from slaves. Okay,
Yeah,
America
and
didn't teach them that shit.
yeah, yeah, they took our inventions as well.
No, ain't no good point. But I'm tired of you guys. If you know as much as me, get your ass up on this panel and prove it.
They're trying to tell you that they know more than the so-called teacher on the panel.
Come on, man, jump up here and prove it.
I haven't seen anything like this before. Not
Trust
me.
Trust and believe. Art knows. If you know more than me, I will shut up, and I always do. Somebody knows more. I've proven on my Coliseum. If somebody's an expert at what they know, I be quiet and I listen. And Art has seen me do it. You know, if you know more than me, I'm tired of you guys throwing flack. Okay, if you're gonna throw your balls on the table, go ahead, man. Get on the court.
Oh man.
So what happened why couldn't they sustain Africa? Because they made too much money exporting their labor. If you export, if all of a sudden you see millions and millions of your young men over to someplace else to do the labor, what happens to your fields? What happened to your villages? They start to collapse. In fact, that's why the British cut it off. They tried to cut off because there wasn't enough labor to actually bring in the harness the resources like food and other minerals from the land. Okay, so if America just all of a sudden shipped like a quarter of its men out someplace else to a different land, okay, what do you think would happen to American labor, to their economy eventually? A collapse. That's what happened.
Now, are these people new, Kev?
No, they're not new. They're just uninformed.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
it's
No.
we can all stand to learn something new.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Tell me, show me the references that you're gonna actually tell me, Hybrid. Okay, don't just speak and give me what you think. Show me your references.
Feelings, because I said sorry for your loss.
Yeah. Sorry. Show me your references. Okay.
Let me explain to him. When we say sorry for your loss, that means you lost a lot of time in not reading history, sir.
Yes.
That's sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's facts.
People think even Kev, man, people don't know. Kev does a lot of research to do this show. He just doesn't get up here and start talking. Kev does research. Because Kev doesn't want to look foolish when he gets on the air. Kev reads. Kev has to do research. Okay, because you're gonna get challenged.
Well, I don't get challenged. Like people, like that's what I said on the smoke show last night. People don't challenge me, man. Like why?
You scare them.
Well,
why, man?
You can't challenge facts.
Well,
Well, truth. I mean, the thing is, you don't really resonate. Your show is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. What are they going to challenge you about?
I don't know, but look to the audience, man. You know, sometimes things get. We're very passionate about what we say up here. So, hybrid, we're we're cool, and I got your back. Just
yeah, I don't mind that, but thing is, he directly said that he knows as much as me. Okay, you said that, I didn't.
Okay.
Is it about knowing, or is it about being
I
able
was,
to build and understand?
No, that's about
I was
knowing.
gonna
Go ahead.
I was gonna like bring up another subject, but I'll wait till y'all done.
No, go ahead. No, bring it up, man. What I'm saying is, you guys, this stuff just got started. Everybody thought that the something small as the dear colleague letter that went out from the Obama's office in 2011, right, was a nothing burger, right? That shit turned out to be Me Too. Okay, and
Mhm.
Me Too went from the college campuses all the way into the suites. Okay, you can't get rid of it. Once this stuff gets started, man, and if you don't kind of put a crimp on it, it can go all the way through your whole society. And
Well,
that wasn't even a law. Okay, that was just one letter and a stance by the a chick in the education department. She wasn't even the head of it.
Chicken Education Department started the Me Too joint.
No, in other words, the dear. Okay, I don't know if Art knows about it, but I'm sure it kind of made it circulated. 2011, the Obama administration talked about it's called the Dear Colleague letter, right? Talked about
Mhm.
changing the way that sexual assault or sexual whatever was prosecuted, right? And in
Mhm.
other words, it moved it away from due process, right? From the cops getting involved to actually you having a tribunal in schools, and they had money to back it. Okay, so but that was in the colleges, right? So
Right.
you had to adhere to the Dear Colleague letter, almost like affirmative action, right? And all of a sudden,
Mhm.
but the thing is, it didn't just stay in the college. Remember when in 2012, 2013, all those boys were actually getting kicked out of school
Yeah.
and stuff
For
like that,
sexual harassment.
or sexual harassment or whatever, or a woman say so. That was the Me Too shit, right? That shit spread. Did it stay in the colleges? No, it didn't. It spread out into the workforce.
Well, it made sense that it spread out to the workforce because them motherfuckers going to the workforce with those
Exactly.
same, what I'm saying, mentalities. I mean,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
I mean, well, look, look. When I was in the military, that's what taught me that rape was a culture, and specifically, what I'm saying, one of pilgrim, what I'm saying,
Mhm.
engagement, because most of them chicks on there have been, my bad, grape. We say grape, right? We say,
Yeah.
Great bait.
Grape ape. That's crazy. That's
Yeah.
gross as fuck, though. If you think about it, the grape and ape. A pilgrim will use that one if y'all racist enough if you catch them. But it shows you that within the culture, or within this culture of being so-called American or whatever, I think that's what comes back to those nuanceical tribalisms, because there's certain elements of just being a pilgrim that they're not going to be able to erode, hide, get rid of, whatever. And I liken this to that. Now you're talking power dynamic, and the relevance of that one to where black men's stance are right
Mhm.
now. How could you connect that
To a black man's stance, to connect to
to
what?
right? Well, as far as it goes with the black manosphere.
As far as what? As far as the Me Too and the Dear Colleague letter?
Well, you're speaking of something gaining traction, correct?
And I'm just showing an example of what started off as small and insignificant, right? It
Right.
wasn't even a Supreme Court ruling, right? Something small and insignificant gained traction, and now it's still a headache today. Okay,
Right.
was Jonathan Major suffering from the same shit? Okay,
Mhm.
Right.
that Me Too stuff because a white woman's claim. Okay, that even though there's perfect evidence that he didn't do nothing, right? He got hung up because that believe all women shit.
Right.
And that started being enforced with the Dear Colleague letter in 2011.
Right, but the thing is, if you already know it's a culture amongst them, it was only really kind of like a matter of time before somebody like, yo, we really got to listen to it because it's becoming an issue, and now we got to do something with it. I mean, because that's one thing that
Okay, so
we
so
think. Okay, so black athletes, right? Black athletes are always getting accused of raping some white chick, right? But white college dudes, and they always do it, right? But
okay,
you don't see a stigma following them.
but they have what they call due process, and they have called police and courts,
Mm-hmm.
where somebody because some chick changed her mind about having sex with a dude and regretting it, even though she'd been dating him for 6 months, all of a sudden comes with a Me Too thing, and all of a sudden he's getting kicked out of school, or
I didn't
you got
consent.
or I didn't consent, or you looked at me funny, or you said something to me. That's gotten to a point where it's words, right? You can't say something to a chick at the workforce, or like you can't even say that she's cute or something like that. Otherwise, she's dragging you into HR, talk about Me Too and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying is I'm not saying what I'm saying is that's an example of how something that we think is not is going to be benign turns out not to be benign, because when as soon as that ruling passed, the next day, what four black chicks under the DEI, okay, executives got dropped the next day.
Mm.
Okay,
So what is it that y'all think that Cass is registering as benign? That is,
in other words, what they think is no big deal because it's not going to, like they always say, it's not going to affect me.
right.
Okay, it's going to affect women because women get the bulk of, and they do. White women get the bulk of affirmative action, right? But
Right.
guess what? They didn't put into their ruling gender. It's race based only. Okay.
Yeah.
So that means you and your black woman could be out rather than keep that white woman. Did they fire any of those white women from those positions? Those director of was it inclusivity and whatever it is, right? You see any white women get fired from that shit?
No.
How come?
Okay, so how are they viewing? So how are those who have such a view of them, I guess, being absolved of a detrimental effect of, you know what I'm saying, of this?
In other words, I don't have a fear of a big ass lawsuit, okay? Because the Supreme Court is leaning another way. So so I can do so stuff that I wouldn't have done maybe a week ago. Okay, I'm not I'm pretty comfortable right now.
That's why I was trying to tell you, you're a sensitive dude in the chat, but they too focused on black women as though that when it's time, because we don't have too much proof where we've been hired, as black men, as far as affirmative action or considering college. But when you're done wrong, you would have had something in court to support you.
Mm-hmm.
Where, and then you have other cases, because when you go to court, if anybody has been to court out there in the chat, you can use previous cases to prove your case.
Yeah.
So
just like with this history thing that DeSantis passed, right? You think he would have done that before the Supreme Court ruling?
Oh no.
Okay. What I'm saying is I hope you're right, because what I'm saying is y'all want to really trust white people.
Let me
Go ahead.
Let me ask y'all a question. Do you think him banning Black History had more to do with blacks, or what to do with what he was saying, talking about they trying to sneak the gay stuff in it?
Black people.
No, black people.
In Florida, it's all about the niggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Florida is becoming a pretty crazy state right now.
Yeah. Oh, I remember 2015 when was it Mississippi passed the anti-abortion bill, right? Oh, that's no big deal. It'll never go anywhere. That's just an anomaly. I said, okay.
Good luck with that.
Good luck with that. Because in fact, I'll find it. Me and Carrot was actually argued about this, man. 2017, 2018, right? 2017 about the anti-abortion bill. I said it's headed to the Supreme Court, and they're gonna ban it. Watch. I said a year before the Supreme Court banned the ban affirmative, not banned it, but it actually they're ruling on affirmative action, right? I had a video out a year before saying bye affirmative action. When I first heard it come up, I said this is to the Supreme Court. They can get ready to kill affirmative action, right? And you better hope that it stops there, that it's very narrow. Better hope. The thing is,
why would it
I don't have.
stop there?
Well, according to them, it's not about us.
But that's the thing. Okay, let's say it's not about us, but it don't have to be directly about us, because we can be used as an objectivity of anything within this goddamn country. And that's the fucked up part. We don't only just exist as a fellow, you know what I'm saying, people group. We also exist within objectivity. Hence why everybody can attach themselves to us in some form or fashion. I don't know what the fuck we are. We're an enigma. Enigmas.
Yeah, hybrid. You know, you argue, you preach to the choir, man. I talked about Me Too and that kind of shit, man. Back when I was in MGTOW, okay, I told everybody about the Dear Colleague letter. I told them about the Me Too. You know, I told the white boys about that shit. Guess what? The white boys are paying attention now. That's how they follow me. I told them about that shit way back then. But no, it doesn't matter. It's not going to go anywhere. They're not going to take it serious. Okay, I hope you're right. I've been following this shit. We've been following this shit too doggone long. I know how these people work. Then they've been waiting on affirmative action. Think abortion. They've been waiting on abortion. No, sir. They've been waiting on affirmative action for about 50, 60 years. They've been waiting on this shit. So you better you better take this seriously, okay, and not laying down.
But to make a step into doing what though? Because this is the thing. Once that selection's already made, well, then what? You make a motion that possibly sway that decision or get others to re-rule or something.
You better make some noise, okay?
Well,
unless you're gonna take it lying down, but you can take it lying down.
Now,
shit, I take it with
now on that Me Too tip though.
I got a couple Tylenols you can take, man, to make it easier to go in. All right.
Now on that Me Too tip though, man, it's still crazy to hear. Yeah. It's still crazy to hear though.
As far as I'm concerned, you're supposed to treat the game like dominoes. Lock this hoe up. You feel me?
It's still crazy to hear dudes want to freely mess with these females like that, like, you know, with no care of the world. You know, they act like they want to ignore everything with the minister has been talking about. Hey, there's no problem, you know. Even they want to still exercise caution when there's no need, when it's just, you know, you just totally just leave them alone. And because especially with everything y'all saying, like right now, man, like, yeah, I'm good. Monk mode.
Well, monk mode. The easiest, you know, if I had my way, because I'm fiendish, I am, right? Okay. And all these women talked about this Me Too and don't look at me and don't objectify me and don't touch me. So you know what? Okay, Sharia law, separate the sexes.
Why you gotta do that?
I mean, that's the most dangerous though, man. Like when you think about it, like, dude, like a broad can say, oh, "Hey, Art, he did something to me 4 years ago. A chick that you slept with, you know, was totally consensual." You know what I mean? Yeah, and then now they come, hey, we gotta come get you, clink clink, guilty until proven innocent.
That's
why,
man. That's why dudes. That's why a lot of dudes don't like dating women with single mothers that have daughters. Okay, a lot of dudes are afraid of that shit. It's in the back of their mind, you know, about what could happen if that woman gets mad at you or that girl says something. Okay?
Yeah, if she could use the child but the fucked up part is that shit actually goes down as well. So I mean,
those kind of chicks need to be sent to hell.
And the thing is, but in the meantime, they got your ass in jail.
Nigga, bruh, you live in extreme, right? For real. you live in the uber extreme, bro. You can't be pushing monk mode on everybody, bro. You know what I'm saying? You don't go to monk mode.
I ain't pushing it. I ain't trying to force it down your. I ain't trying to force it down your throat, boy. I'm talking about what the hell. I'm talking about what the hell I'm gonna do.
You just said you don't see why brothers are still messing with, you know what I'm saying, chicks. So you
go
jumped in
ahead,
monk mode.
do what you do.
No,
Go ahead, do what you do.
The smoke
but
show
the
was
thing is,
yesterday.
understand that that's a little bit of that toxic red pill rage shit, dog. Because you could be projecting that on every motherfucking woman. Every woman ain't one
Toxic
of these
red pill
dirt
rage.
ain't
shit.
one of these dirt bag chicks. You know what I'm saying? That cats be speaking about in the space. Do y'all think all women is the dirt bag bitch, the figurative dirt bag bitch?
How do you separate the dirt bags from the good ones?
Share resonances. What
This nigga, boy.
Shit, they all about their feeling. You better feel them out, cuz.
I got one word for you, Rogus. Buzz.
Oh boy, I had a feeling that was coming. Oh shit.
What I'm saying is, if you fight to separate the sexes, which is something they don't want Sharia law. Okay, they don't want to get covered up. They don't want that stuff, right? So they'll start backing off the other shit. So okay, well, fine. You feel unsafe. Men are creepy. Okay, you don't feel protected around. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna separate y'all. Schools, work, bars, whatever. There's gonna be a female space and a male space.
Yeah,
that way you never have to worry about feeling creepy. Okay.
No Instagram.
Let me read this hybrid comment right here. It says separate the gyms too. So much crazy mess with chicks filming dudes and trying to make them look like creeps. They skin tight gym apparel and a dude looks once and she edits it to make him look bad. That's why you got people like Joey Swole out there to call that shit out. And I will tell you something about gyms. They'll make them female only gym rooms. The motherfuckers are always empty. So like
empty. I'm telling you, you talking to a personal trainer, cuz. When I remember when chicks first started putting on makeup in the gym, like it was like around, I don't know, like around 96 or some shit when chicks started doing that, putting full face of makeup in the gym. Like, what the fuck is this bitch finna be doing? You finna be and the other chicks were looking at her like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, but I'm the only one who call. I'm like, oh, she in here trying to catch. Yeah, she ain't this motherfucker trying to catch, and she definitely gonna catch because it's just something that, you know what I'm saying, stands out. And I mean, shit, a man is a man, so she's gonna get your attention in some form of fashion. Now with the having the social media, I mean, it's just a way to make content, and I mean, everybody was gonna be looking at somebody in the gym. It wasn't that you ogling. Sometimes you're looking at somebody's technique or something like that. Some people up in there actually putting in some, you know, some work. And I mean, when the women do it right, I mean, sexiness is at the default.
So what you ogle? Big deal. You know, you're in public. You know, you don't like.
No. But the way that they dress now, they dress like hoes.
Yeah,
as they in the gym. So they deserve it.
Hoes.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Skin tights and thongs and shit.
Yeah, cuz pussy prints, nigga. So hoes gonna get super old already.
Well, there's a few of them. I think there was only white girls. I ain't seen no black girls do this yet.
Nigga,
where it was like setting dudes
up. Pussy prints in the motherfucker. If them bitches ain't wearing umbrellas, they got a pussy print, nigga.
Hold on, Rogus, nigga. Then you said you're a personal trainer, nigga. So I know you had to see. It was a few of them. Like I said, I ain't seen black girls do this. I only seen white girls, like a few of them, where they were like setting dudes up and shit. You know, and they'll have them on camera, setting them up, whatever, like, you know, making it seem like they're a creep and shit for looking at them when they're actually looking at them doing a workout wrong.
But no, I mean, well, that's just social media content. But the thing is, if it has become that place where people ain't putting in the real work, then I mean, you know, it's going to become whatever, you know what I'm saying, whatever it's becoming, and it's only going to get worse from there. Like everything else, if y'all not understanding, society is going through a deterioration. I don't know if it's a swift one. I think it's a swift one. I think it's a swift one, but there isn't much occurring to restore those whatever was the bonding element of those social connections of whatever that created them. Once they're lost. It's like a meniscus social tear. And if you know about meniscus tissue, that's what's around your knee.
Yeah,
no blood vessels. You can't feed it. You can't grow it back. Bone on bone, baby.
Yep.
And that JT Devereaux is having a back and forth with Juice for Stat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's what's going on down there.
Okay.
So that there's
but
your
shout-
smoke show. Your smoke show is in the chat.
Yeah,
That's the only way
Yeah,
they can
man.
get it.
Yeah.
Raven Knight said moose knuckle yoga pants, nigga.
Moose
All
knuckle.
day out here.
Shout out to
cuz.
Raven Knight, K Tut, man.
For real. Pussy prints
Yeah.
everywhere, and the thing, and so it's like, all right, you know, and the things that they doing is, as far as with the exercise, especially out here in Dallas, again, plain face soccer white bitch moms with ass for days, and it's like, damn, it's hip everything, thrust everything, and everything's tight, and it's like, you ain't no hoe, you ain't no hoe. You get tired of having that thought in your head as you look around just society all together. You ain't no hoe, you ain't a hoe. Damn, bitch, you ain't a hoe.
Check her DMs.
Don't forget Velvet Jones on Saturday Night Live. The book he was selling.
What is that? I hear a hoe. Is that what it was?
No,
How to
it
be-
was How to Be a Hoe.
How to
How to be a hoe and how to
be
train.
a
Five
hoe.
easy
How to be a hoe.
lessons.
5 easy and how to train a hoe.
Lord,
I wish I could
Lord,
show that was so bad.
Lord Lovesmith, I really don't want to give you that idea because trust and believe, I do think the same thing, but when I've observed a lot of other spaces that are anti-manosphere, I think the same thing. So, but you have a right to your opinion. um, so,
But agents. Okay, I don't know where's that coming from.
but I mean, I've been hearing that kind of thing ever since I formed that group on Facebook. You know, we're agent, we're a sleeper cell,
That's the first time I heard.
we're
I mean,
we're
wow.
COINTELPRO.
Wow.
Like no, this is before I came to YouTube, man. Like on
Wait,
Facebook, they used to say all this stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Wait. No, so you were accused of being a COINTELPRO, bro. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, COINTELPRO.
Just okay, but largely just for the fact of you putting forth mirrors to things. You know what I'm saying? It's because the type of cat you is, it don't sound like no internet shit. It sounds like, all right,
So let's
conversation
indulge.
with cat.
Let's indulge. So if they're here, I mean, what's their mission tonight? What are they trying to do? I'm curious if anybody's trying.
I don't know, man.
I
I don't know, but this trailer I was gonna talk about it was a subject, man, because a quick subject I want to bring up. Man, this trailer it didn't like disturb me like that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, let me be on some like pro black shit or whatever. But yeah, it caught me bewildered, man, because it's the Exorcist movie, the new Exorcist movie.
Oh man, that bullshit! You were really shook with a
dude. Goddamn, can you let me finish, man? Damn, nigga, give me 50 push-ups, nigga. Give me 50 push-ups, nigga.
Down, Rogan.
Damn it.
The power
Shit.
compelled you. Look at that.
But no, nigga, because they have a black girl, right? They have a black girl and a white girl together that are possessed. So I'm like wondering, okay, so y'all trying to pass like some kind of message or something like that? I mean, which kind of fitted me because a lot of black girls now are acting like some demon shit anyway. So yeah, I'm looking at it in multiple dimensions though. But yeah.
Mudley. No, let me stop.
Oh shit! Look, that was a goofy move when it first came out, and the fact that they doing it.
I mean, would y'all be interested in me doing that? Because I'm doing a list of different things I'm probably going to do on Patreon. So decoding movies and stuff and what they're really trying to say. You think that would be kind of famous?
It's variety is the spice of life. I say go ahead and do it.
Some people, yeah.
I'm curious.
Yeah,
No.
try it.
I'm a snore your Love Jones talking ass nigga trying to talk low voice. Nigga talk low voice to a bitch, nigga. Not us, nigga. Man mode, nigga.
I live
Give me
library,
some 50
cuz.
push-ups, nigga.
I live
Y'all need to
library,
argue.
cuz.
Y'all need to argue in Ray
Understand.
Ray's Boom Boom Room.
You know, Ray Boom Boom Room? This nigga
Oh, boy.
he need to learn how to be the reed. You trying to be the sequoia? You ain't ready for that yet, bro.
I'm at the door, Ray.
Oh boy, I need this
I'm
laugh.
pouring the
You don't know
drinks.
how bad I need this
I'm
laugh,
pouring the
boy.
drinks.
I needed this laugh, boy.
The Exorcist. That's funny.
I'm playing the
shit.
tuba.
I was back after all. I remember. It's back
Who's
after all
directing
these
it?
years.
Who's directing it? The fucking Exorcist.
Exorcist was shit back then, man, in the 70s.
Remember
Yeah,
what
it's
Richard Pryor
called-
said about the Exorcist?
Yeah,
Go
Yeah, I
ahead.
remember.
It's called.
Yeah,
No, it's
I
called. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like, I remember my parents telling me that they went on a date to see The Exorcist,
Mm-hmm.
and after they got out the film and came home, my dad was scared to park the car.
Yep.
Freaked him out that much. What's the name? What's the name? Ray Hunt. Ray. What's the name of the film?
It's called. It's called Exorcist Believer.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Exorcist Believer.
Who's the director?
It's probably gonna be linked to the Super Bowl. Watch.
nah, it's 2023 trailer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2023. Yeah, I just looked it up.
Who's the director?
He said, Richard Pryor said him and his friend was when they leaving the Exorcist. He said, "Man, I ain't going." He said, "It's too dark in there. You go. I ain't going nowhere." That shit was so funny.
Hey, now I
I'm a
don't know
grown
about the
man.
Exorcist, but
Oh my God.
one movie creeped me out damn near like that was The Grudge at first.
The
Because
what?
I mean that was a new element. The
What movie
Grudge.
was that? The Grudge.
Yeah, The Grudge.
When
What
it came out the well.
No,
Or
that's
was
The
that The
Ring.
Ring?
But
Okay.
the Ring is made by the same groups of people.
Yeah. look like
The Ring and The Grudge is made by the same groups of people.
it's
It first
Japanese, right?
originated, but yeah, both of them was originally Japanese and they adapted it. So yeah, but The Grudge, like, she's a new element than that fucking that Ring bitch. Yeah, man, this bitch coming through walls and
I'm gonna have y'all test this out. Look at Friday the 13th Part 2 with no lights on in the house. I just want to see. I want to see what you motherfuckers are gonna do
I
when the
will-
credits roll.
I'll tell y'all about Friday the 13th. When I was a kid, I used to watch Friday the 13th movies in the dark, and one of them kind of fucked me up. So it was lights on for like a month.
Part 2, man, that gets you, man. I'm an 80s baby.
Man,
So
my family grew up watching that
Or
shit.
80s,
And they would have house
I'm an 80s
parties watching
baby.
that bullshit.
Yeah, especially when Jason jumped in without the mask on. So I was
Oh
like,
my God.
oh.
'Cause,
Who was it? Corey, somebody cut his head off. Which one? The one?
I think I probably seen that one.
The one who tried to Me Too Hollywood. So we talking about Me Too. He tried
There
to
was
Me
something
Too.
about that. Now 3 was just like entertaining, but 1 and 2, man, there was something about those late 70s, early 80s horror flicks, And I know, and it was cheesy, the sound effects. I mean, you could see like the
Cheesy
fake
as hell.
arms and stuff, and it's like, oh, it's fake. But back then, we took it serious.
You know what was scary? It was, I think Hellraiser was more scary than anything.
Which one
because-
though?
Shit,
All of them?
all of them, because the whole thing is, if you were a reader and young, fake or not, the
first
thinking
two.
the thinking element that it takes you into, you know what I'm saying? And again, okay, they don't show you hell. It's more of a subtle engagement of, you know what I'm saying, bringing you to that fright, bringing you to that terror. And then, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, nigga, I don't know
Would
nothing.
you keep that Rubik's Cube in your bedroom, Rogish? Would you keep that Rubik's Cube in your bedroom?
Ooh, hell no.
I wouldn't play with no energies like that, dog. See, that's the thing. People be thinking shit like that is fake and shit. I'm like, hey, cuz if it's real to somebody,
I remember that cube. Nah.
Shit, I ain't
Oh
playing
my
with that,
God.
bro. I don't even believe in hell. But you know what I'm saying? I already understand what them energies is attached to. You don't know if you buy a replica one, if your possible thoughts are gonna, you know what I'm saying, activate that motherfucker. I ain't fucking with it, cuz.
Hey,
For real.
I don't know, man. But back to that chick from The Grudge, real quick, man. Yeah, them Japanese dudes, man. Yeah, they're creative as hell with their shit.
The voodoo
Because-
doll, yeah.
not a grudge where this bitch. You never seen anything like that where anywhere you go, you are effed up. You know what I
And
mean? No
you
matter
can
what,
hear
like
you can hear that little
she's
ticking
there.
noise. That's the grudge with the little ticking noise, and then later on you see
That
the chick falling. Yeah, okay.
Was that the
Yeah,
chick that came out the TV? What's the bitch that came
That's
out
a
the TV?
ring.
That's Ring.
No,
That's the
yeah,
ring.
no, that's the ring. Yeah,
Yeah, when it came out the well and it came through the TV.
Okay, so hold on.
yeah,
She
man.
came out the well and did what though? Choke a
Kill
motherfucker to
people.
death. What the fuck she do?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Now I thought about it, both of them had the same premise, though. Like, it's a curse
You
that
see
you
why I
really
got
can't
it mixed
escape
up?
from.
Let me tell you a
Yep,
couple
you're
movies.
right. Damn.
Let me tell you a couple. Damn, BGS just dropped off like damn the
Yeah, we went into
Batman.
movie mode.
That motherfucker man
Oh
got me
yeah.
feeling. That man got me feeling like Commissioner Gordon. Turn around, Batman ain't there. Like shit. Like, but let me tell you a couple. Let me tell you a couple movies that fucked me up. House of a Thousand Corpses fucked me up.
You watch that shit?
Yeah. I watched both House of a Thousand Corpses and The
Man,
Devil's Rejects. Yeah,
man.
with Captain Spaulding, those fucked me up.
Y'all
Another
crazy.
movie that fucked me up was The Hills Have
Phantasm.
Eyes.
Oh,
Phantasm.
nah, Phantasm was. See, it was more around
Prophecy.
the Hellraiser thing. But yeah, the Hills Have Eyes. So you like that gory shit? Cause you probably
Yeah, I couldn't
love
do all the
Evil
blood and
Dead.
the knife and stuff. I like the stuff where you got to break out the holy water and the cross and incantations, and I like those and get the demons out. Those are better.
I mean,
for
what
me.
Oh well, then you should have watched that TV show True Blood. Then that was the one where I said, yeah,
What, they
I'm not
biting
going
people and
nowhere
blood
where
on
they
their
got
face?
that.
You talking about the
Nah,
vampire shit?
the vampire world, yeah, and the witches, yeah. I'm not going nowhere near no damn New Orleans. I ain't going there. Nobody buy you no Mardi Gras. You keep that shit. Nope.
Is that
Yeah.
where it was? It was set up in Louisiana.
I like this, like
Yeah, man.
The Legend of Sleepy
Vampires.
Hollow. Those are tight. I mean, I like them kind
Yeah,
of
it's
stuff.
from the HBO channel.
Yeah, Phantasm, man. That old man, shit.
Juice for a stat
Boy.
said Juice
Poltergeist. Go ahead.
Poltergeist. Oh yeah, that messed me up when I was a kid, man. Cause like when the guy was
That
in the sink
clown.
and when the guy was in the sink and he started
eating
ripping
chicken.
his face off, like
Oh shit! I ain't watched Poltergeist. Is that what happened?
You should put that next to. You should put that scene next to. They clone Tyrone with the chicken scene.
I haven't seen They
You know, I'm
Clone Tyrone
gonna
yet.
keep bringing it up. I'm joking, but yeah, that part with the clown and Poltergeist, man, that was.
Oh yeah.
That messed me up too. That clown part.
Actually, K Tuss said he don't watch them joints. Yeah, same
What do
here,
you think
man.
about Art? What did you think about the remake? The remake.
Poltergeist.
Yeah.
Poltergeist. I mean the series.
No,
They had
the
a
movie.
series.
They had a series. No, I thought it was
Yeah,
another movie, a
yeah.
remake.
Series. I never saw the movie. I rarely see remakes of movies that I grew up on. I think the only one I saw that's a remake was Amityville Horror. I like those kind of movies.
Man,
Yeah, Amityville Horror. Yeah.
Man,
That's
Ryan Reynolds and Amityville Horror. That shit, he made the movie funny to me.
Oh, he was in it. Oh, I'm gonna watch it
He
now.
actually
He was in
did
it.
because it's like every time he got away from the house, every time he got away from the house, he was cool. But every time he got in the house, he just started flipping the fuck out.
You know what?
He's like,
Question with Ryan Reynolds. If he didn't play Deadpool, who would you have selected to play Deadpool?
man, that's a very like that. Deadpool was made for Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I could see T'Challa being recast before I see Deadpool being recast. But
I got another one for you. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead though. Go ahead.
I got another one. Pet Cemetery.
Ooh.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that one.
I remember
Bruh.
that one. It was interesting. Now that one was actually a little scary, but it wasn't horror scary. It was more.
What about Cujo?
Well, Cujo was scary as fuck. All right, so that
Man.
I was young as hell when Cujo came out, so
Man.
I was scary to the motherfucker.
Man.
The one that wasn't that scary to me. But I
Who
think it's
knows?
only scary. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I keep hearing. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you, Kev.
No. Go ahead. Then I'm gonna respond to Juice for stats
You know what
comment.
was designed to make
Go
you
ahead,
real
Art.
scary was Jaws.
They tried.
But you can only be scared of it when you're in the water,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
in the ocean area.
Yeah.
But if you're in a movie theater,
Oh
it's like,
man,
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, they
I
trying
mean,
to
but
top Jaws. They trying to top Jaws with the Meg.
Oh please! So now the
Meg,
shark is
what
big.
Yeah, I
happened?
noticed
What
that.
was
You're
before
right.
Jaws?
Now the shark is big as a fucking building. Come on, man. God damn.
The megalodon. Yeah, you know what the scary part about that is. I heard a fact that they said only 5% of the ocean has been explored. So there's still a lot of undiscovered species out there.
Get out of here!
Ooh,
Wow.
bro, you hit on what I've been talking about. Yeah, so like unknown, like what if there's like I always thought, what if there's big, massive ass creatures and shit? Yeah, there are.
Look,
Then they're like that big.
look, I'm trying to go on a cruise later this year. So
Hold on.
What if
so
you hear that music in your cruise? Dun 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 dun. You know, like
No.
you are
right
all
here.
in the middle of the ocean.
I say, I hope
That's
it ain't no
funny.
I hope it ain't no megalodon. Goddamn, this, we all fucked. Say, look, goodbye,
Y'all-
Like if
fam.
I find whoever playing that music, I'm gonna whoop your ass. Who's playing that music?
Hey man, but Juice for Stat said I was a fan of Paranormal Activity, Insidious. Man, I watched the first Paranormal Activity. I gotta admit that movie did kind of fuck me up. I wouldn't watch the second one or whatever other
I
one
did.
came
I
out.
watched the second one and third one, and dude, I watched all that shit to it. That's why, man. Hey, I'm leery, bro. Like on my fuckers, I'm very like you seen how Sherlock Holmes in this movie, how he's so detailed and can describe like where a person got what and where they been, all that shit. Yeah, I'm looking at bras like when they with their tattoos and shit. Yeah, if the bitch got anything that resembles witchcraft, I'm not fucking with it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hold on. What do you identify as
Yeah,
witchcraft?
here you go.
What
Here
you
you
identify
go.
as witchcraft, nigga? You the one who said
Evil,
witchcraft.
evil,
Oh,
nigga, evil. 50 push-ups, nigga.
so what if
Evil.
she
What is
had that
50 push-ups?
trilogy of terror doll with the little knife on her as a tattoo? Would you?
Trilogy of Terror? Where y'all getting this shit? What the fuck y'all be watching?
Oh, y'all babies.
man, look,
Y'all babies just like
this
people
horror
listening.
movie stuff run deep, man.
Yeah, they don't know
Juice,
about that.
yeah, Juice for Stat. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the Saw series too.
Yeah, I can't
Oh
watch
hell
that.
no, I can't watch it. I can't. How can
I
y'all
mean,
watch this
after
shit?
so many songs, it got redundant. You know what I mean? And but paranormal activity, yeah. I mean, because that make you think, like, damn, like
I
you got
couldn't
to
even watch
possess,
Butcher Cutting Meat, man.
you
I just
You
can't
know
do it.
what
I'm
was
an
funny?
artist.
You know what
you
was
gotta,
funny in
you gotta,
Paranormal
you gotta,
Activity?
yeah.
Ray, you know what was funny in Paranormal Activity? When they tried to, when the priest came over, he's like, please, like, bless his home or see what's going on here. Man,
Yeah.
that priest took off. He said, whatever spirit
Yes.
you in, don't want you out here. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. No, fuck this.
Hey,
I'm out.
hey, the realest first time ever nigga moment you'll see from a white boy.
You're like, fuck this.
Oh, he put a
What
whole
about
nigga.
the
He
movie
left,
Carrie?
nigga.
What about the movie Carrie?
Gary,
Mm,
you talking about them dirty pillows.
it was more suspenseful.
No, Carrie.
The
The chick with the
pyrotechnic,
I
psychic
know.
powers.
the pyrotechnic.
Yeah, I know. It was Sissy Spacek, in it. Like with her
Yeah,
mother.
that kind of creeped me out.
Her
Yeah, a
mother
little
never
bit.
knew that she
I
was
like
being
the
bullied.
part where I like the part when the boy was on the bike in the very beginning. He said, "Crazy Carrie," and she looked at him. He fell. He said,
And she looked
"Ah!" In the high note. The wheel was spinning. That shit was so funny. I was like, man,
Carrie was kind of suspenseful, but
Oh, but
it was kinda,
dude, what happened?
But
Okay, it was suspenseful, but what about when the mom tried to stab her,
they were killed. Yeah, she
and
had
then
to do what she
she
had
had
to
all
do
those
then.
knives?
yeah.
Yeah, man. I was like, and they had that music too.
Yep. I mean, but that's one of the things that like if you what was it? What was that? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What's homie name? Alfred Hitchcock.
Well, Alfred
right?
Hitchcock.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
If you yeah, you know what I mean, if you watch some of his stuff, it was really really subtle. So if you pay
He didn't
attention
have nothing
to
like that.
right, but the thing is, he was still able to create a certain level of suspense, even with just you know what I'm saying
Yeah,
regular
he's more
stuff.
like
So
the who done it type stuff. So he, you
right,
know,
but
it
it's
wasn't
all about pulling
supernatural.
you into the story. So if you get pulled into the story by whatever measure, I tend to focus on those measures that pull people into the story. Now
Yeah, we're
with
talking about
with horror,
supernatural.
yeah, I mean, but that's
Go
easy.
ahead.
It's largely like gore and shit. You know what I mean?
It
That
takes
pull
work though,
anybody in.
and they didn't. You know, back then it was hard to come. Well, I take that back. But like us now, if we would look at it, like, man, look at that fish line over there. Why is that hanging on the top? Back then, they wouldn't. They didn't fall for it. Most of them,
Yeah,
they
well,
believe
you
that
want
stuff.
well, yeah, because you. I mean, well, the thing is, that's what TV was designed for. It was designed for it to be believable
Um,
more than
um,
anything.
who asked me that question earlier? Who could play Deadpool besides Ryan Reynolds? Lord Lovesmith said Jamie Foxx could play Deadpool.
Lord Love Smith, what have you smoking, sir?
Oh,
Jamie could
he gonna
play
get mad if you
Deadpool.
say something to him.
Let me see. Well, no,
Yeah.
nah, Jamie
Uh,
Foxx.
Be careful, Ruggers.
okay, come on. Let's kind of chill, man. You know? But Jamie Foxx is supposed to be
Nah,
playing Spawn.
Which Jamie Foxx, the clone one or the one before the surgery?
that's
Whichever
jacked
one they
up.
allowed out, whichever one they allowed to be thrown free again. I guess that's the one that's gonna play Spawn.
Jamie Foxx said he wasn't cloned.
Well, it don't matter. Everybody going. This is the issue with it. Now, when you know, what I'm saying stars or celebrities
Disappear.
disappear like that, that's the very first thing that people are going to project. So, if they would have let a little bit more of that information out in the past, then you know, what I'm saying it would have been as bad as it is now. But now, everybody's going to run with the superficial shit that everybody used to talk about back in '98 and shit. If you think about it, it's like a resurge with all that. Oh, who was the brother out there in LA with y'all? Who was in the conscious community, and he was always he was talking about Hollywood well before everybody. Art
In the conscious community, and he
passed.
was Hollywood.
He
passed.
he centered his focus on what Hollywood was doing as far as
Oh, you mean the
rituals.
conspiracy guy? That would be Steve Coakley.
Steve Coakley, rest in peace. Yeah, you notice that there's
And he
a
passed
whole
away mysteriously too, by the
yeah
way.
yeah
Mysteriously.
Wink,
We
wink.
know what that means.
yeah.
But Saint Nick 69, what's going on? He said the scary thing about Saw, someone with an engineering degree and a Home Depot credit card can do that shit.
No,
Hey,
yo,
this
that's
is
Hey,
real
why you
talk.
bull crapping? Why you
that's
bull
real talk.
crapping? That's Spike Lee.
The pound of flesh scene was graphic to me.
Yeah,
you know.
Spike Lee started his
Mhm.
films that way. I don't know about Home Depot, but he did it with a lot of credit cards.
Oh, okay.
That's a hell of a risk though, because that was a lot of. I mean, if you hear his story, I'm like, damn,
Yeah.
Spike. That's.
I mean, he couldn't get no. It was great stories, and he couldn't get no funding from, you know, what I'm saying from the from, you know how the distribution goes. You know,
It was that She's Gotta Have It. I think that he did it for that film.
was that his first one?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Unless somebody can correct me.
I think that was his
Yeah.
first one, and then it was School Days or something like that.
Yeah, RPM. Yeah, Jim Carrey. Young Jim Carrey could play Deadpool, but Jim Carrey. So Jim Carrey's so far out the loop right now, and you know he got his tinfoil hat on every time you see him. You know,
I know, right?
yeah, because like
you know who else could play Deadpool? What's that comedian name? You got me thinking about comedians now. Daniel Tosh. He had the quick wit, the you know what I'm saying.
I know who you're talking about.
Voice.
He used to have a show on Comedy Central.
You know what? He did have a show on Comedy Central.
Like I think he called it Tosh 2.0 or something like that.
Tosh 0.0 or some shit like that.
Tosh
Yeah,
0.0.
they gave him one after Patrice O'Neal stopped. Because Patrice O'Neal was actually doing the same thing with the whole web joint shit. He was the first one doing it.
Yeah, that's way behind me.
Robert
I think
Townsend
during
did the
that
same
time I
thing.
wasn't really doing much. I think I was clubbing. Yeah, Saturday nights. I didn't really get to see a lot of stuff Saturday, like late Saturday night. It was always clubbing. Not during the times you guys are talking about.
Well, no. Was you clubbing or gigging?
Clubbing. Century Club, Hollywood Live, Paradise, Florentine Gardens every now and then.
Okay.
They have a club called Water the Bush. I didn't like that place, but that was a big name.
All right. Hey, I'm gonna ask y'all guys a question. I know this is in a different direction. Do you think challenging 4 content creators at the same time is foolish?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
I did though. I did it last night and tonight.
Oh, you did it last night? Yeah, I did. I had watched last night. So.
I did it like not because like I'm doing it for some type of form of attention, but I want these guys telling me this stuff that they always say on their broadcast in real time.
But hold on, let me tell you why I think it's foolish. I think it's foolish because as far as the expenditure of energy, I wouldn't put forth that expenditure of energy. Now, let's say that one can put forth the expenditure of energy and get, I guess a quality result. Yeah, it is what it is. Not so much as foolish as it is not my preferred route, but
okay. I mean, so basically, you're saying that it'll probably be rather unproductive.
No. I'm not saying it would be unproductive. I just would, me personally, I won't put forth the energy because it'll be a lot, and I think it's a lot to tackle. It's like to me, I think about it in the physical sense, like fighting 4 people. I fought 3 people at one time. That was difficult. 4, I couldn't handle. I could not handle a 4th person.
Which one of you niggas kicked me?
I couldn't handle a 4th person, but
your ass better learn some Wing Chun, motherfucker.
Oh no, it's kung fu all day, cuz. But I mean, you still don't want to be killing nobody, dog. But so you ain't finna beat nobody.
Nigga, I'm not Batman. I'm not Superman. I'm taking them out. You try to jump. Oh no, that raises your punishment.
Not everybody can be a Hummer.
Nope. Nope. Okay, you can run through like eating motherfuckers if you want to. You know what I'm saying? Me, I gotta be a lot more surgical.
Bite his hand off.
I don't have this symbol for nothing.
No. We got a couple guys triggered by a broadcast I did like a month ago. You know, the one that said, "What's a YouTube daddy?"
Right.
Man, them motherfuckers was pissed about that shit.
Look, I made one saying some of these motherfuckers need a YouTube daddy. Shit, what the fuck?
They was pissed. They was pissed. Like, you know what the YouTube daddy was? You got a YouTube daddy. I'm like, man, if you don't get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
This is the issue.
Yeah, I like Arthur, man, because he's not scared to talk about these subjects. You know what I mean? These social and relationship topics or whatever. But I like how Art artfully ties it into education, which makes it relaxing.
Wait, hold on. Look what Lord Lovesmith said.
4 persons attacking you is the best way to get away with murder.
Damn. Oh, don't have me thinking like that, cuz.
Don't commit verbal homicide. But that what I was saying, man. I just want these dudes to tell me in real time what this shit is, because a couple of the dudes showed up here during the smoke show, and I would drop the link, and they would never come up. Never come up. Right. And then when I show up in their chats, they acting all triggered. Like your boy.
Eventually they come up here, man.
Or perhaps they're just trying to make some content, because if they come up, then that is going to hash out something that can't be drawn out or lengthened. And you I guess you make your YouTube bones and money lengthening out. You know what I'm saying? I guess friction.
Hey, 2 of them though. 2 of them did a live stream, man.
No. But as far as coming up for the smoke show, that's different, because ain't nobody else got a smoke show out here. So if they got smoke, and this we're talking what 3-4 videos in, you can pretty much declare what one's intention and how they view or measure you or whatever. So it's like, all right, if that is, then this is an objective, right? There you go, smoke show. There you go. Let's half it out.
Yeah, but people's like, oh, you pretend like you don't see it. I'm like, see what? Like, see what? You pretend you don't see it. Like, no, I see everything. Like,
look. For anybody got beef in this motherfucker? Are these dueling schools or something? Let me know, because I didn't know that the manosphere was a place where motherfuckers is dueling each other's, you know what I'm saying, within content. I didn't know that. I just thought,
I
you
mean,
know
you
what I'm
thought
saying,
there was a place for black men to express themselves, battle against bad narratives, try to put out
brotherhood. Yep. Yep.
brotherhood, put our
Yep.
ideas
Sharpen each
together.
other. Yep.
But the problem with that is, and I'm gonna continue to push this. This is something that there's a pro wrestler that uses this phrase, and then I heard Grinch say it. Then I'm started using it too. Some of these guys are suffering from "I am him" syndrome. These, these niggas think
You
I
said that
am
was,
him.
yeah. I am
You know,
him.
yeah. So and they they see brotherhood is something that is detrimental to them as an individual, and we got to cut
Mm.
that shit out. Seriously, I mean, it's okay to stand on your own 2 feet like a man, and nobody's saying don't do that. What I'm saying is like the trying to prevent brotherhood as some type of way of standing out because
Hey, brother.
Mm.
you're afraid that
You're afraid
somebody
what?
go ahead, Ray.
No, wait. Let
No,
him land, Ray.
you said you're afraid what, man? Because you was hitting gyms. I was. Go ahead.
No. I mean, shit. My train of thought is off, and just a lesson for everybody in the future. I hate being interrupted, but I'm so polite about it.
No. I was trying to get in. I thought you ended. But nah, then you said afraid of what? You can't remember? Damn it, man.
Nigga,
uh,
if you would have let him go, what the fuck? He didn't end. He didn't end in
Nigga,
none of that
I don't
stuff.
want to hear
Hey,
about you,
cuz
man.
you
Nigga,
talking
you
about do
cut
50
niggas off
push-ups.
all the time.
Hey, cuz
You cut niggas off all the
drink
time. I
50
don't want to
drink
hear
50
that.
glasses of water, cuz. What is it?
Can
I
we
barely talk on
all
these damn
just
panels.
get along?
You couldn't hear that tone, man.
God
God
damn.
damn it.
I am him. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what it
These
was.
guys,
God damn.
these guys are suffering from "I am him" syndrome. They want to be him. A
Oh,
lot of these guys, the only reason why they saying we shouldn't talk about Keisha or we shouldn't talk about women because they want to be the ones to deliver that message. You know,
okay.
and
Is it is it
like
is it is it a similar message
I
or
got smoked me a
is
damn
it a
cigarette.
different message?
no,
That's good.
it's about the damn same if you ask me because it's like when I hear these guys speak on females, the only added thing to those guys that they call themselves hating the manosphere is they try to tell you how to they try to tell you how to mac on women and shit like that. Giving a little bullshit advice. You got to
Is
do this,
everybody a
brother.
Mac now? Is everybody a Mac?
A
Everybody
mac, a
when
It's
did
not
everybody
that.
get
player.
them skills?
Okay, can
Pump
I get it now?
pump and
I'm not.
dumping these bitches, pump and dumping these like all that bullshit. Like, go ahead, Ray.
Not. No, I was gonna say, man. You know, what I mean, the dude. I understand what the hell you're saying. You said it perfectly. And to be honest, I've experienced that kind of mentality on basically damn near all the panels I hopped on. You know what I mean? I just feel it. You know what I mean? And if I see your face, I can see the gleam of darkness in your eye. You know that you're not for brotherhood, that you're anti-brotherhood. And motherfuckers ain't on my level. At least I could say, damn it, I never slept with none of my brothers' girlfriends and none of that shit. I'm on some true world shit. I don't know about any of these other motherfuckers, man. You know what
Is
I
that
mean?
is that
And it
shit
kills
going
me
on
too
in the
because
space?
when you're going because I go for modesty. I'm the type of nigga to take off my shoes when I come in your career. You know what I mean? And it's what I
F
recognize
your couch.
is
Go
that.
ahead.
Oh man. But now I recognize a lot of cats they don't respect, modesty at all. A lot of black folks don't. But these same niggas, these same coon ass motherfuckers, when they get in front of a white cat, they get all giddy and shit. Yeah, man. Like, yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, I told him not to pass that gun line, boss ass motherfucker.
Yeah, Destiny, your debate skills are bar none. You use those stats and just those facts like a motherfucker.
So again, my question is what is it? Dueling schools, dueling principles, or something?
do,
What's the
do, do,
deal?
I think it's dueling principles, and you know, the thing is, when we say stuff like we are not monolithic,
we have different thought processes that allows discourse of different ideas to come together,
Right.
then you know, people often will try to label us an echo chamber. But the dueling schools thing, I think you're on to something when you say that,
Yeah.
because it's like on one side it's, you know, on one side they say that we're talking about Keisha too much and blah 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 and all this stuff, and then the other side is we're talking about dudes that's talking about Keisha too much. And I don't know if you remember. I mean, and I don't know if you remember that meme that I made like a couple weeks ago, and like where the, you know, the one said they talk about Keisha because they want Keisha, and then the other guy said, "Well, you talk about the black manosphere, so what does that make you?" And then,
Okay,
you
I
know,
remember that one. Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
I
it's
remember
like
that one.
Eh,
like
Yeah,
this is why niggas need to be careful with their wording, because it's like when I say stuff like, you know, heterosexual men are going to talk about women, when young men walk up to older men and ask them for advice, what do they usually ask them for advice on? And nine
That's
times out of
true.
10 it's gonna be women.
Yeah.
It's like women are going to talk about men and men are going to talk about women, whether it is positive or whether it is negative.
But you know what?
We,
That's interesting. Not to interrupt you, but with the
Mhm.
young cat that you brought up, let's say that a young cat does ask, um, well, they're looking to understand women, right? Now, I do believe that there is an element within the space to where it could potentially become hella toxic to someone not really versed in, saying understanding how to absorb red pill rhetoric, principle, saying ideologies and all that, because they are trying to understand them, but is if they get like how likely were they to get some information that would help them to understand their women at their level? Because most of the time they're being told about the women of, what I'm saying, of the elder cat who they're talking to.
But the bottom line is they're bringing these arguments to places where they're not having that conversation,
Right.
and that's what Kev keep reminding people. And they don't take it to the places where they are having the conversation. Matter of fact, they jump on the panels and they act like they didn't even talking about it. I'm like, huh?
Well,
You can see their names in the chat,
yeah.
And I'm like, I mean, like Kev said, you got it. I mean, why don't you just say what it is? You don't like an individual and you feel a certain way about the individual and stop trying to paint the whole space with a broad stroke.
Okay, and it's not about what the individual is presenting, because pretty much everybody presents something that's kind of parallel. You know what I mean? We don't really differ that much within the space. So that's again why I asked. Okay,
Let me
yeah,
give
yeah,
you an
yeah.
example. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, let me put it like this, and then I'm gonna let Art go ahead. Art, then Ray, because I seen Ray try to unmute. Art, Orgus, let me ask you a question. Do you think our channels are just alike? Do you think your channel is like this channel right here, Rogish? Oh, he ain't fall asleep or
Ding,
anything.
ding, 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 ding.
I'm gonna get his ass this up.
That motherfucker. But no, but what about me asking that? You know, I was trying to make a point. You know, Rogish probably went and got a sandwich or something, or that snoring probably was actual snoring instead of just a little sneer before laughing. But I can ask. You know, we're all content creators up here. Art, do you think our channels are just alike?
Not even close.
Yeah. Ray,
But
what about you?
there was respectfully. Go ahead.
No, me. I mean, I would like to just, like, no, nah, just a quick answer, no,
Oh,
because I
okay.
like to go on like multiple dimensions and shit. So yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. The point is, what I'm saying is, although we are one space, all of our channels are different. So, let me mention this content creator, if I can even call him a content creator. Big J Triple X. I know y'all seen this man around the space.
Oh, Tim Witherspoon. He sounded like Tim Witherspoon.
That's funny.
but
I never
yeah,
even met him.
there's Rogish. But yeah, so he showed up on a community post of mine with some bullshit, and I gave him a suggestion.
I said, stop screaming and fucking yelling all the time. I said some real smug shit like a fucking kid. And then the first thing this dude says is, "Well, you don't say that to Angry Man or Edward Anderson. You're being a hypocrite." I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the
Okay.
fuck
Okay.
does
That's
Edward Anderson and Angry Man have to do with me making you accountable? He was like, "Don't change the subject. Don't try to run away from the truth." I'm like, "You fucking stupid." But see, Facebook, or no, not Facebook, YouTube erased that comment.
okay. Oh my
Oh
bad.
wow.
You go, Ray. Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah. But no, I say Art could go, and then Ray, and then Rogish, and then Chaos,
Forgot
and
what I was
whenever he
going to
wants to
say.
step in. Go ahead.
I forgot. Let me see. I think I forgot. I'm off because I'm actually multitasking as you guys are talking. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, Ray.
it'll come back.
Okay. All right, Ray. What were you gonna say?
Well, yeah, what I was gonna say was, I mean, real talk, just that you gave brutally honest with that, and I liked it too. You said it just perfectly, and I resonate with you totally on it, and I align that with a lot of cats. Being you said, well, you said niggerlanders, or I'll say, yeah, niggerlanders. Um, yeah, they want to be like the only one. They want to be the only asshole in the room, and they can't take dealing with another asshole, and yeah, and it's just a bunch of contradictory, and it's foolishness, and one of the things I experienced on the panels is just that, and it's high favoritism too, as I said, and I say that, and I mean that, and it's like, so like, cats will come over to my channel, whatever, whenever I'm fired up a live stream, they won't hold the same respect as they would if they was to go over to Art, BGS, or whatever. Then that's when, I have to go maybe a little ape shit, because I'll be like, I be down. Um, you know, be, and real talk, to any of you motherfuckers that want to act, this is my first time saying this shit. Any of you motherfuckers with y'all funny ass acting ways and shit, you can miss me with that bullshit, because you still got some blue pill elements within your asses. All right, I know you motherfuckers know who the hell I'm talking about too. Yes, sir. Not y'all on the panel, but they know who the hell I'm talking about. They see me up here, they know what I'm talking about. All you funny ass acting bastards, you're doing the same shit just like a fucking trivial ass woman. With her emotions and shit being all snobbish, and how they can be all snobbish and stuck up. Y'all do the same shit just like the damn woman. So therefore, and until y'all like purge that shit out of you, you will never be able to establish a true brotherhood. You will never be on the brotherhood level that I am on, because motherfucker, I'm not up here just talking my ass. I done told motherfuckers off on this shit. Got a gun pointed at me. You know what I mean? The guy I can see hit me fucking hard. So therefore, I'm at the ready to. I look at this as war. War me to obtain and maintain my peace, and I would do it by any means necessary until I establish my goal of getting the hell up out of here for a great while. For a great while, and I mean out of here, I mean like out of the damn country, because, well, as far as I'm concerned, um, may the BRICS succeed, um, or may Russia and China take this bitch over. That's how the fuck I feel, because I barely feel any brotherhood in this motherfucker, man. Only a select fucking few motherfuckers is not on my level with that. Because, yeah, meaning you will not see me throwing no brother under the bus for no damn pink sleeve. You funny ass traitors ass bastards. You
And
resemble
you
you,
heard it
you
So,
resemble
first.
so, what you mean to tell me, Ray, if two big old booty cheeks belonging to a very cute, very, very woman-like thought,
Raising monk mode, man.
that
uh,
bitch will be dismissed. These bitches are disgusting.
God damn, wait a minute, bro. This disgusting?
Poor dear.
God damn.
These bitches are disgusting. You got
This
bitches running talking
right.
about, you got bitches talking about, well, my coochie scratched and I'm gonna eat a dude's mudslide. Yeah, no, it's done.
But they
It's
ain't the
done.
bitch
And you
that they
still
ain't
got,
the bitch that you
uh,
want, is it though? They ain't the one
Not
you
all
want, is it?
women like
nah,
that.
So
Hey,
Ray, for real, man. Let me ask you a question. What are you doing? Are you trying to achieve autonomy? That's what you're trying to do. I mean, it's your life. I mean, I'm just saying. Are you
I
trying to
mean,
achieve?
bro, because I mean, it's just that I don't. I fear my God, the Most High, so much to where I'm scared to bestow evil upon anybody. You know what I mean? So therefore, yeah, I mean, if you have a struggle in kind of replicating that, you know what I mean, and doing good towards your brother, you know, loving your brother, you know what I mean, willing to burst the gates of hell open for your brother. If you ain't on that fucking level, you ain't shit to me no way. So y'all funny acting ways and shit when y'all be wanting to lead these damn panels. Soon as I come on, you funny ass, little slick effeminate ass, snobbish ass, stuck up ass, just like a bitch made ass niggas that you are. Go ahead. Y'all do it on arts panel. Y'all do it sometimes when I come on this motherfucking panel and other motherfucking panels, including Melody. Okay, so this is my first time coming out with this shit. I'm fucking tired. Damn it. I went through two near life and death experiences in a gynocracy, damn it, and I see it clearly. Damn it, it's so saturated in the workplace to where where it's a battle for motherfuckers to just go to work, damn it, and trying to work in all this humble and modesty, damn it, and what's a hard worker supposed to be. But damn it, no. But because damn it, you don't subscribe to their fucking ways, damn it, and to these damn bitches and shit, and these scary ass sons of bitches, damn it, women which are scared to lead, they allow these damn Amazonian ass bitches to lead, damn it. But as soon as you stand up to the ass and shit, oh, they got a problem, damn it, they're ready to take you to HR. Fucking shit. The next time that my livelihood is fucked with, damn it, it is war. You will see a black Jack Bauer in this bitch. Remember the damn season of how he captured the motherfucking former president that had something to do with, damn it, the foreign president's death. What did he do to that motherfucker? He captured that motherfucker in that tunnel. Damn it. And you will remember, damn it, how the fuck he was and how he captured that motherfucking president. And I'm coming straight like that, damn it. I'd rather, instead of me dying, balling up, damn it, like some scary ass dog, motherfucker, I'd rather face nigga. Hence my motto, one versus a million. I'm ready to go against all you motherfuckers to the death. I will take a lot of you down with me, nigga, before I go.
All right, now Ray, that kind of
My
talk is
daughter
what
shall
we're
know their
thinking
father
that
is no
folks
coward.
extremists on here. You didn't use certain terms in succession. You didn't use war, God, all that shit, right? You know what I mean? So it's.
That's what this shit means. You cannot be hot and cold in this shit, nigga.
I mean, yeah, but wait, you gotta understand something, cuz everybody ain't a kamikaze, man.
It's not a kamikaze, bro. It's just that nigga, I'm serious, nigga, when it comes to
Hella
brotherhood.
serious. I get it, and everything else. but you understand. I think what it is, bro. You have to find. It helps to find another outlet other than one's just resolve. Like I understand you got resolve, but the way
The
that you
gynocracy need
communicate.
to unhand my fucking brothers. That's what the fucking needs to happen.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay. So check it out. I think again. And I'm
Well,
gonna
you
tell
just
y'all.
don't know what the fuck I went through these past 8 months, bro.
I get it, but check it out. When it comes to, because you was also calling, I guess some folks into some type of accountability, right? As far as the brotherhood, the quality of brotherhood that
Yes, man,
you're
because
discussing,
I
right?
see these bitch made cowardly elements in them that I smell them fucking miles away.
Okay, all right then. So
How hard is it for you to be decent towards your fellow man, huh?
okay,
Damn
but
it.
wait
Treat
a
him with
minute.
fucking respect
What
and
if
not
you
treat
ain't?
him less
Wait a
than.
minute, wait. What if you ain't everybody's cup of tea, man? You gotta understand. You come off kind of like strong coffee, cuz. Right?
Well, you know what? Yes, okay, then what it take? Okay, we don't have to communicate. I already know what side you on. Motherfucker, if you against that kind of
No.
shit, then
But
you're for the gynocracy.
can you
You're
understand
for the
if you
gynocracy.
might be a
Damn it.
little bit
Bitch
more
made nigga
racist
shoe.
than what you are aware of, as opposed to somebody else receiving that?
What you say, brother, man? And you know what? Oh my God, what did he say in his word? A soft tongue stirs away wrath.
It's a
Thank you,
soft
brother.
answer.
Thank you. Oh, yes, you're
Oh,
right.
I'm
Thank you
sorry.
for that
I
correction.
don't know
Yes,
about this Bible
yes, you're
stuff.
right.
Go ahead.
Well, hey, I feel the.
Ephesians, was it
Hey,
Ephesians
brother,
3?
brother,
I
brother.
forgot.
Hey, big bro, Art, man. I mean, you don't have you don't have to be Christian, bro. And I
No,
sense
I'm just
that good
messing with you.
spirit. You know what I mean? In you, I know, brother, man. You know what I mean? And I sense the love of you, man, and the atmosphere you create. The atmosphere you create on your channel exudes all from your own essence, brother. And there would be there would never be another Kev, Art New Stall, Roguish, or Chaos. You know what I mean? And I want to appreciate all of that uniqueness. You know, the problem is I'm coming across brothers who have a hard time, accepting. You don't have to accept, but just like we respect it. You know what I mean? Of what that person is. You know what I mean? Their ideas, their views on certain stuff, instead of shitting down on them because they don't represent or show any kind of replication to of the past
But wait a
dudes
minute,
who,
bro.
whom
There's
you
nothing that's
kicked it
been
with,
established as
who
a
was real
form
cool.
of sequence or structure for one to adhere themselves to through a social principle within the brotherhood that you see. Cause this is more of a gentleman's agreement as far as it is engaging with the space.
Mm.
And you can't call another gentleman into an accountability other than, what I'm saying, I guess, being cordial and neighborly. Other than that, as far as how they
On one
adhere
coin,
to the
brother.
principle, that's on them,
On
cuz.
one side of the coin, on that, Ruggers, you can. Because if they up on these damn panels speaking of anything of the realm of fucking brotherhood, and I come forth, what I mean, talk differently, and I experienced it. It wasn't until I moved down into this damn country ass state. You know what I mean? But where I was at, I was meeting motherfuckers like, bro, new motherfuckers every day, chopping up with it. You would think, damn it, I've been knowing them for years. Don't even know them from Adam, men and women. I don't know. Maybe that damn shot then created like some fucking alien in y'all brain on some man in black shit. I don't fucking know, man. Like, good God, dude.
Wait,
Like,
wait, Ray. Let me give you
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I'm done, man. You go ahead. I don't want to take over.
okay. Hey, Isaac T,
Good
say
timing.
something. Isaac T, say something in the back chat. Does anybody know this guy?
I never heard of him.
Okay.
Isaac T.
Hell no. So new.
Never heard of them.
Hey,
Not too
hold on,
sure.
hold on 1 second. Let me do something real quick before I let him up. It's just a screening process here. So,
Already.
boom, there we go.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Now you ain't got no
All right.
gun, but where the weed at?
Hey, so Isaac T, what's going on? What it is?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me or is it
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool,
You're
cool,
new here. We've never seen you before. What's going on?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing amazing. I've actually been on the same panel as I think Ray. Is it Ray Hammer? A couple months back, I was on Charles Faulkner's thing. I know you remember,
Okay.
right? Yeah. So I'm from Australia. I don't know if you remember me, but we chopped it up a few months back. I think probably a month ago. So on Charles Faulkner's.
I probably, man, I done talked to a lot of their brothers, man. I mean, hey, I done met some good brothers, man. And like I just said, I came across some shitty brothers, which is basically the same in my own real time, I ain't gonna say where I'm at, totally just shitty people, period. But, I came across some good people, online and offline. So, but yeah, and I do sound vaguely familiar.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I'm just kind of passing through. I'm from Australia, originally from South Sudan, but I've kind of just tapped in the manosphere for the past couple months, and yeah, I really mess with some of the things that you guys talk about. Like I feel like it resonates with me a lot. I'm a young man. I'm like 20. I'm 23 right now, so it's definitely I come to these spaces just to learn, sit back, take notes, go out there into society and see what sort of sticks, what doesn't. And I mean, a lot of the philosophies that come out of this particular sector of YouTube, I've tested them out, and they've come to me like
Respect,
100%.
respect,
Yeah, so yeah, I just want to give
respect.
you guys your flowers, 100%, man. Like
Yes,
I
sir.
really rock with you guys, and I saw because I follow BGS, so I saw him share your stream on the community tab, so I just wanted to
Yeah.
show my respect.
Yeah. BGS has directed a lot of people here, and I can't do anything but show them gratitude for that.
Respect.
Cool.
Isaac, may I ask you something, fam?
Yes, sir.
What type of game do you get from the space that you ain't getting in Aussie land?
I mean, I'm getting a lot of games. I mean, so I was born in Australia, right? So went to private
What
school.
part again?
Melbourne.
Melbourne? Oh, I already been to Melbourne, been to Perth.
Oh, you Melbourne? Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from Melbourne, so
Respect.
on the southeast.
Can I ask both of y'all? How is Australia?
Nigga, to find a chick in US.
Well, actually, though, to keep it all real though, and everything I love, I was really talking about like just the whole package itself.
Oh, Australia. I mean, it's. I mean, if you guys are Black Americans, so if you guys will touch down, like people will embrace you. It's kind of like they don't really mess with
African shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's
not African, or you like nah.
Can I smoke my weed and be left the hell alone?
Yeah, you can smoke your weed. Yeah, you can definitely smoke weed.
So why they got a problem with Africans out there though? What the fuck?
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's okay. It's two groups, right? So there's the Aboriginals. Obviously, you heard about the history with the Aboriginals, the Australian Aboriginals, and
Are they still around?
Not in like they are like, but they're kind of in so they're in northern,
pockets.
They're in Darwin, which is in pockets, right? So like the main cities like Sydney, Melbourne, they're literally like they've been Tasmania. Yeah, they make all them people. So there's none of them here. I mean, if you want to like experience Aboriginal culture, you gotta go to like the northern, like the hotter states, like Queensland, Northern Territory, Perth.
Yeah,
Adelaide. But like in terms of like the two main cities in Australia, Melbourne and Sydney, like they're literally non-existent. Like they got completely wiped out. So it's an unfortunate history, but yeah, man. So, but yeah, if you're Aboriginal, you might have a hard time. If you're African, they don't really mess with Africans out here either.
Yeah,
but, I mean, it's cool. I mean, depends how you carry yourself, but at the same time, like where you stand in the hierarchy and whatnot. So
I took it as a badge of honor though, because it's like they couldn't tell, and for other Americans, they would tell them right off the bat. They're like, African, or like, nah, you got a funny accent. Like, you got a funny fucking accent, but you know what I'm saying, you can't say that in their land. So as far as you said that, okay, definitely said taking notes. You know what I'm saying, tried and tested it. What is it that you're receiving from the space that you might not ever have seen people sharing there, and do you think it's largely just due to a change in the environment, in y'all environment, not necessarily reflecting, that one of ours, but you get in this game that could be used in your environment, you know what I mean?
Right. That's definitely okay. So I mean, Australia is a Western country, right? So even though we're like an island that's kind of isolated in the middle of nowhere, it's still a first world country. So a lot of the things that you deal with,
right,
in a first world country, like feminism, I guess some of the things that happen when you in an industrial environment in terms of how the women interact with the men. I mean, that's constant here, right? So it's largely similar to how it is in America and Europe in terms of women behaving the way they behave. And I guess the manosphere is kind of giving me sort of a way to interact with women, understand where they're coming from, understand why they're behaving the way they're behaving, because of sort of the elements within the environment.
Yeah, kind of like a social almanac, a completion of an almanac, a glossary, and a legend.
Right, exactly. This is something that I can just
prepare you for the quest, young warrior.
Exactly. Open up that book. Okay, this guy said this. Okay, I heard BGS say this. I heard this guy say this on a panel. And then like I go out there in society and I see those exact same patterns manifest right in front of me. I'm like, okay, I know how to deal with this, right? So I think that's one of the biggest things that I've gone from the manosphere in terms of
That's what's
just
up, man.
knowing what's happening. Because I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, it's a lot of like on these panels, like it's a lot. Like I just be sitting back, especially when we hearing. Like I think I've heard you, Rogus, as well. Like Art News Star. Like I've heard you guys on various panels, and just like the things that you guys talk about, like the geopolitics, all that, like the sociology, the psychology.
Yes, sir.
Like I'm learning so much, and then I go out there. It's like, and then like I try to relate to some of the guys in my cohort. It's like it's like I'm speaking a different language to them.
Yeah, you go.
It made me so much. It's made me so much. Maybe so advanced where I can't even like relate to people my own age because.
Oh, damn, wait, say that again. Wait. Say that
You
one
right.
more again, nigga. Say it again. God damn,
Yeah,
did I
man,
hear that?
it's made me so advanced. Like I feel like I have so much.
Bars. Uh-oh, they yoinked him. Damn, he was lighting it up.
Yeah, that kangaroo wireless, huh?
Yo, they yoinked him. He was
What
killing
is it? What is it? A kangaroo? What?
Yeah, kangaroo wireless.
Your service is nervous, Mike.
We got you now.
Oh, that was funny. Hey, he did that accent good though.
Yeah, a
Yo,
koala
he
Bluetooth.
just dropped a hell of a jewel, a hell of a bar. I hope y'all was listening. I really hope
Yeah.
y'all was listening.
Yeah,
Well, he said he's 23, right?
Yeah,
23.
23. This dude is half my age.
Man.
That's why when I be hearing
Hey, I
some
even
of these comments, go ahead.
no, you said comments. You don't want to lose your thought.
Shoot.
I said when I've seen these comments and they speaking in absolutes,
Yeah.
I'm like, you know, I mean, I'm more dismissive to the absolutes, but I don't really respond. It's like, okay, that's why I say I say that to a lot of my young folks about sorry for your loss, because not only you lost me, but you lost time.
Yeah.
I'm done. That's all I always say.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hey, but
What is one? What?
Isaac, go ahead and speak. I noticed you had to come back out and come back in.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, yo, people don't realize, especially with the advent, like for me, what kind of took me to this space in particular, because it is a pretty, like, you know, I'm not obscure, but it's kind of small, right? Unless you like in the know, you're not gonna find somebody. You're not gonna find BGS because you know he's shadow banned. You're not gonna find Art Store. You're not gonna find yourself. You know, Kev, like. So what kind of propelled me to go down this rabbit hole was really, you know, Kevin Samuels, and I think that's what Kevin Samuels exactly. I saw Kevin Samuels and a lot of people.
Hey, rest in power.
In Europe, Kevin Samuels blew up. Like I think if you guys, unless you travel and truly understand, you know, the reach of the manosphere, you might just think it's some little thing that has no sort of influence whatsoever. But unless you really travel and you start hearing sort of you start to notice the zeitgeist change, you start to notice people, men treating women differently, like, you know, that blue pill simp conditioning is starting to wear off on a lot of guys in my generation. Like
that's what's up.
Damn, you're dead right now. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like,
sucker, boy.
You hear that? You hear that, MOT? You hear that? All you damn manosphere haters? Come on, man.
Right. So like people in my cohort, people in Melbourne, people in Brisbane, people in Europe, in Africa, like they're all sort of taking heed to what Kevin Samuels said. And for me, you know, just being a naturally inquisitive person, I'm like, yo, Kevin Samuels. And then from Kevin Samuels, I found BGS. And when I found BGS, I went back and went to the archives and I was listening to those panels with, you know, Cerulean Gray, you know, Angry Man. I was like, whoa, these guys have been talking about this for like since 2016, 2015, like stuff that is really taking root in culture now in 2020, especially during COVID, 2020, 21, 22, 23. Now it's like mainstream culture, but like it was like cutting edge, like the debates back and forth, the discourse was like it was on fire, and I didn't know, and I was kind of like amazed to hear where these ideas were actually formed back in the Coliseum days. And so this is what really made me take focus into what was happening in this particular sort of sector of YouTube. And so I just wanted to give you guys your flowers, come up and say like, yo, listen, you guys really have an impact globally. And it might seem like, you have your petty squabbles, which are inevitable, especially when there's a lot of men, sort of
Right.
in a particular area. Like egos are bound to clash, but like unless you guys truly have an understanding of what's happening globally, it might seem as if what you guys are talking about is in vain, but it really is having a global impact. Especially around. I'm South Sudanese, so I'm African. So in the diaspora, it's definitely having an effect in terms of the talking points that are coming out of the manosphere. Just even general society, like it really is making a difference in terms of how men and women are interacting and how we sort of orientate ourselves in the world. So
And
well put.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. So we are making an impact, and
100%.
and that's why we are watched the world over, and that's why the haters are mad, and that's why hoes are mad.
They're
Yeah,
gonna be livid after this. This is a hell of a testimony, yo.
Hey,
yeah.
I've been sitting back. I was sitting back, and because it shocked me because like I graduated high school in 2017, and so coming out of high school, I was just trying to figure out, okay, because I went to a private school. Most of my teachers were like white women, white liberal women, feminists. I didn't really jive with what they were trying to sort of indoctrinate with me with. So like coming out of high school, I was just trying to figure out, okay, what is the right way to be? Like, how do I become a man? Because I was just trying to figure out, okay, where can I get some game? Where can I, how can I sort of refine myself? To talk to ladies, but also, just be a man.
And
And
all the gems you received in the space, you would not receive on the house, did you?
Sorry?
In your personal life, you did not receive all these gems.
Oh no, I did.
From the Coliseum days all the way up to now.
I grew up in a patriarchal household, so but I went to school.
Let me ask you that. Let me ask you that because you're in Australia. You're a Sudanese brother. How long you been in Australia?
I was actually born here. My parents came here.
You were born in Australia. Were you raised in a Sudanese community?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I guess for the most part, yeah. My first probably till about 12, 13.
Are there a lot of Sudanese women there that are non-traditional that bought into the feminism stuff over there in Australia?
There's a small percentage because we're still like first generation, second generation. So a lot of that culture is still ingrained with us. Even if they try to embrace some of like the Western ways, it just doesn't come across the same way because they come from patriarchal households. But I think, in my personal opinion, sort of seeing how like just kind of being in the manosphere and hearing how no disrespect, but how the women in where you guys are from act based on what you guys have gone through throughout history. I think it's gonna within the next two, three generations it's gonna be bad. But like in terms of the crop of women that I'm dealing with in my community, some of them embrace that city girl lifestyle. Like you definitely go out there, you see some black girls with some buttocks. Some blonde weaves.
Oh no, he did. No, you did. No, you didn't just say bonnets.
Yeah,
but
no, you did.
Percentage though. It's not. It's probably like it's roughly around 15.
You're fucking Australia. Get the fuck. Wow.
Yeah, you see, but it's a small
ratchet the world over. Ain't that a bit?
Man.
So they take it. It's a whole new meaning of G'day, huh?
100%. But no, it's not as bad here. But I think with the next two, three generations, as they sort of acclimate to the Western world, and a lot of our cultural instruments that were used to refine us into human beings that sort of become discarded, and they embrace some of the Western ways. I think it's gonna be bad. It's gonna get worse.
So would you say that as far as the Western ways, that Americanism can be seen as a form of a cultural weapon?
Absolutely, yeah. Americanism, especially like, yeah, for sure, man. Because America's like right now in terms of it's the center of empire. So everything that comes out of America, technology, culture, it is projected outwards, and everybody takes to it. You know, whether it be good or bad. You know, there's some good aspects of American culture, like music. You know, you got jazz, you got hip hop, you got R&B, like all that, all the great things that have been
the nigga shit. Yeah, already.
yeah. It's like it's the polarity. Like it's the good things and the bad things, and they are both sort of internalized, and they try to make sense of it from their perspective. But yeah, it's definitely yeah. America is definitely a cultural hub where everybody sort of borrows and takes from, good or bad.
See, so that's why you can't hate the player, or don't hate the player, play the game. Because I used to try to hate the game, you know, and it's like, well, because they say don't hate the player, hate the game. Fuck that, you can't hate the game because everybody participating in it is what make the game the game. So let me ask you something. With that erosion, whatever that you see happening there, because here in the United States, I think that I'm looking at, I'm calling it consumerianism. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that people are becoming more consumer than they are humans.
Right.
Because you know what I'm saying? Because it's like you just said, there was a certain kind of peopleness that they're discarding. Right. Now you seen that start there. I mean, bonnets and shit? Is these bitches driving in busted Altimas too? I mean, goddamn,
man.
What in the fuck? Cuz are they getting all tatted up?
What is up with the Nissan Altima, man?
Nigga, that's a
they gonna need to make
a cuz.
They're gonna need to make a damn concentration camp for these broads.
I don't think it's gonna be that bad because even though like Australia's a sort of it's a liberal country, it's a social, it has socialist aspects. So even if you're not upwardly mobile, you still have like a safety net. So that the economic conditions that you guys might have faced, that you guys might face in America, we don't face them. Like we still have safety net. We still have we call them Centrelink, which is I don't know what's the Centrelink where the government pays you out. You have government housing. You have all these sort of social security things in place to ensure that shit doesn't get that bad. So even if they want to embrace some of that culture that really poverty culture, and like I don't ascribe that to Black Americans, because I mean that's just that's poverty. That's economic.
Are you getting like because you got the people from New Zealand over there, right? Like Polynesians. Yep. And then I guess you got the Sudanese people, and you got a little bit of Aborigines, but you got a grip of British people that call themselves Australian, right? Okay. They don't like saying it, but we know the history. Right. The question is that I'm over here speaking at my phone. Never mind. Let me get back in the microphone. I won't be talking on my phone. Yeah. But the question is, do you think that they're trying to create the same effect over there as they did over here, where it's beyond the caste system? They're using Western degenerate culture to keep you guys in a certain place while they stay above you? If you need me to go further into it, I can.
I think it made sense. I don't know if it's about maintaining a level of control, because they're still the majority. Like I think 80% or probably 60 to 80%. It's still dominating. Like we don't have that. I think you guys have a man influx of Latinos coming in. So that's that sort of struggle of power is definitely has to be taken into account. But here it's still mostly white Anglo-Saxons that are still here. Like it's probably like 80%, 70 and 80%. So I don't think they have to contend with the power struggle. And we're still like Africa, especially Africans, like a lot of them like Somalis. So we got Sudanese, we got Zimbabweans, got a few South Africans, a few Nigerians. So like we're a really small population. We're like probably maybe 3 to 5%. So it's not really that much. It's not really that much of a thing to to plan against. So I don't think it's in terms of, I don't think they're truly trying to maintain a caste system because they still have so much power. So, but yeah, so I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah.
Okay, but so it's not so reason why I threw that out because Rogic was touching on it.
Okay.
You know, like the way that really separates this whole class or caste is the ratchetness over here.
Okay.
I mean, there are exceptions with the rappers and all that kind of stuff, but
Right.
for the most part, when you see someone act a certain way, you know where they belong. So I'm trying to figure out if they're trying to push that over there.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
we have a sort of a subculture. I don't know if you heard of what a Bogan is. You know what a Bogan is? You heard of a Bogan?
I haven't.
Which is essentially a redneck, which is a Australian version of a redneck. Like they.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Y'all got rednecks over there in Australia. I didn't know y'all had rednecks.
Wow.
So yeah, they actually constitute most of white people here.
Yeah, same
they be doing some crazy shit, man. Like they have this thing called a shui. I don't know if you heard of shui. It's like yes. So what they do is they drink beer out of a shoe, essentially.
Whoa,
so
man, get the fuck out of here.
That's country. That's hella country.
Yeah, that is what they do. Like, you go to a bar, they be like, yo, do a shui mate, and that's what they'll pour like a liter of beer into a boot or into a shoe, and they'll just guzzle that shit. So there is some like there is some weird like redneck culture here, and it's very prevalent. Like you go out of the city centers where like most of the white collar people, the white collar class live. The laptop class that they call them here. They live in the city, but if you go to the suburbs and you go out there into the rural areas, that's kind of that's who they are. Like that white
Values who haven't been refined yet.
Yeah, Australia was. you gotta realize Australia was a penal colony, so all
for
the white
real.
trash was exported here. So that culture is very much prevalent here.
So mainly what they're doing is they're kind of separating the classes within the white society. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
No, they've always tried to do that. That's what whiteness meant to them. Whiteness meant that you weren't of the lower other classes that were tribally connected.
Now, if you heard what he's saying, I mean, as far as observation, when I was asking, because a lot of places they really focus on trying to make sure these black people stay in their place. They know their place. And so according to his answer, he was pretty much saying that they don't have to because it's not that many people to worry about. But there is a certain worry about how they would have to, would you say concentrate to make sure that these certain white people stay in that particular class, or just happen to just embrace it? That would be a good question.
I wouldn't say I think there's like a silent acknowledgement, right? Like, cause I was in I went to a spot like a couple days ago, and I was talking to some guy, some white guy, some Aussie guy, and he was like, "Yo," I'm like, "Yo, he's like, where do you live?" I'm like, "Oh, I live in the suburbs." He lives in the city. He's like, "Oh, what are you doing in the suburbs?" Like, "Yo, you got to get out the suburbs. Like those bogan cunts, they're up to no good. If you see a bottle, if you see a drive through bottle, that he's really talking like that's lower class. Like there's a separation between the upper class white people and then there's lower class white people. So I don't think they're too worried about Africans and immigrants like that, because we're just that small of a number. Like it was definitely a thing there. Like I'm not gonna lie, there was definitely like a small contingent of people from my community in particular. They were definitely engaging in some criminal activity, like which I mean all groups have that, right? All groups have that element where they say fuck that, fuck the system, fuck going through the conventional route. Let me try to get it, in an alternative way. So there was definitely a media campaign, smearing in particular Sudanese immigrants, like, yo, these people are savage. Like, yeah, that racism is a universal thing, right? So I'm not gonna act like there's no racism here. That,
Oh man, finally
none
we
of
got
that.
somebody telling us the real. Because some people like racism. Where is racism? They're looking under the
No,
shoes.
no,
I don't see
no.
racism. What are you talking about? No,
Nah,
man, tell us the real.
racism is. I mean, it's real. It's real. Like I'm not gonna lie to
Okay.
you. I mean, it was. Yeah, that there was a whole thing with African gangs. These guys are savages. Like there was a whole campaign. I remember they talked about like, if you import the third world, you become the third world. So definitely,
Wow.
yes, that's the real thing. Like you go to Facebook or you see like if an African does like a crime, like them type of comments are prevalent. Like they're prevalent. Like people will say, we import the third world, we come the third world. Like, yo, get these
Okay,
guys.
so wait a minute, but so they believe that they've completely washed themselves of that penal colony.
Ironically, exactly. That's the
I knew
irony,
you was
bro.
gonna go there, bro.
No, no,
like,
well, no, because this is the thing. This is what they done. This is why I
Uh,
say they're not being racist. They're being themselves. That's why I
Right.
say it, because
That's why
themselves is racist. That's
yeah,
what
right.
Edward was saying.
yeah. So
No,
it's like,
I definitely resonate with that point of view because I mean I'm from South Sudan. I'm from Africa, so I'm very understanding of that whole
Colonizers.
idea of what tribalism is, right? So when I come here and people don't fuck with me, then it is what it is, right? I
Yeah.
mean it's racism obviously, but I go back home and I say I'm from the Nuer tribe and I'm interacting with a Dinka person, they're gonna look at me sideways. Like that's just the reality,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So we
Yeah,
come
Yeah,
here.
when you know
They
who
don't
you
fuck with us.
are, you got a better
Yeah.
leg to stand on when you know who you are.
Exactly. So like,
Hey.
I mean, I acknowledge it as racism, but at the same time, like racism, tribalism, I mean, it is the same thing in of itself. So
Hey, Isaac, I know this is question is going to be like kind of off subject. How close are you to Victoria, Australia?
I'm in Victoria. I'm in the state of Victoria.
Oh man,
I'm in
I envy
Victoria.
you because there's this restaurant that I pressed like on Facebook and because I thought it was in America, but it's in Australia. It's called Third Wave Cafe. It's a barbecue joint.
Okay.
Is man, you need if you ever go there, man, you need to tell them to put one in America, preferably in the South. Man, that
It
shit,
looked
man,
that
that shit.
good. It
Hell
looked that
yeah,
good.
man.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, dude, they be having like tomahawk steaks,
Oh shit.
beef
Okay.
shanks, brisket, all that shit, man. And they make
Oh damn.
they make the plates look so good. I was like, damn.
Oh,
And
but
then
you
when
ain't
I
allowed
said,
to fuck up with tomahawk, man. Shit.
yeah, I even liked the page before I knew it was in Australia. I was like,
I
let
wish
me
you
see.
could show some pictures, Kev.
Man, look, let me see real quick.
He said, "Why you BS? Let me show you."
Let me
Yeah,
let me
because I
see.
ain't never looked at no food on the internet and been like, all right, like. So
Yo, so
if this shit is that good, what's up?
you been to Melbourne?
Yeah, been to Melbourne, been to Perth and Darwin.
You been down? Oh, wow, okay, sweet,
Yeah.
sweet. How'd you like Melbourne?
Melbourne, I mean, it was I think the captain on the ship, I think he had another family there. So we stayed in Australia longer than any stop on the Westpac filming. And but yeah, and we hit more spots in Australia than we did in any other country or any other continent. But yeah, it was off the chain, man. Shit, I'm fine ass. God damn, the chick's so fine out there. Hey, bro. Is what is the average mixture of the Australian chick, man?
It's I mean it's it's not really mixed like I mean there is a few like you find a few mixed girls, but for the most part like everyone is still purebred, I guess. I mean depending on what you like. I mean we're a very multicultural place, especially Melbourne. It's kind of like Toronto or like New York, LA. Like it's
well, no, I was in Darwin.
Oh, you in Darwin? Okay, Darwin
Yeah,
is different. Darwin was a little bit more Aboriginal, white, Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Damn, that shit don't look good.
Jungle fever.
You know what?
Well, that should do. Yeah, it does look good, Kev. Damn, man.
Hey, man, let me hold on. Let me go back. Let me go back to one of these pictures right here, man. Let me see.
Damn.
Look at that. Look at that right there. Look at that.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, that definitely look good, boy. Yeah, give me about 5 of them.
Quesadilla.
Man, look at that.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Oh man, like shit. It's a
like Texas meat right there.
I bet
they probably study. Everybody study. Shit, what it is.
Vegans are freaking the fuck out when they see shit like this.
So you
Boy,
making me
man.
quit.
Yeah, boy. Hey, real talk. This is one of them countries down where they got bugs and shit down in the open markets.
He said bugs, like the dude from the news. Mother, what you, mother, cut the camera.
Damn, that's good.
Oh, you
Yeah.
talking about the guy? He was being super proper. Then a bug flew in his mouth, and he
Yeah.
What the
he
fuck
just
was
became.
that?
Mother,
I'm dying in this crazy fucked up town.
Nigga,
I'm fly in my mouth. I can't see.
I seen black man. I seen black man travels, man, walking with a Cambodian chick, dude, and he went to the open market and both of them ate a damn spider, a barbecue spider.
We gonna get-
I'm
like,
good.
man, yeah, I'm good. I'm good on that shit. Yeah.
I ain't no spider, cuz for real.
But that food looked righteous right there.
That's
And
a
so-
natural
so-
insecticide.
So Isaac, are you vegan or are you a carnivore or
I used to be vegan, but nah, I gave that life up a long time ago.
Okay, man. Just look. Just if you ever get a chance, man, you gotta tell me how that place is, man. I'm a huge fan of barbecue, man. Shit, it was like, I was actually pissed off when I was like, damn, this shit all the way in Australia.
Damn, I ain't gonna be able to go out there. Why don't you go to Australia? Okay, cuz there you go, right there.
A reason to visit Australia.
Why can't you go?
What do you mean? Oh, you're absolutely right. Shit, I actually could try to go to Australia.
Because there are direct flights to Australia now.
Well, yeah, what I think he's trying to say, it ain't free.
Well, no, it ain't free. But I mean, shit. But just,
But I mean, like
he just wrote. It sounded like he just wrote it off, though.
like, no. Well, you know, I get what Rogan is saying because you know, every day above ground presents a chance.
It's a new day.
That's why they got
a
I haven't
new
seen
day,
a
it's new
donation
day.
yet. We've been on this panel how long?
And it's been some heat up here for real. Hit the
No
cash.
donation. What's up with this?
Man. Yeah. Let me get it.
Maybe
Yeah.
we ain't speaking brutally honest enough.
No. I mean, it just no. I mean, it's all good. I don't mind the Cash App or something like that. I'm dead ass. I mean, I'll take it, but you know, I'm not the kind of person that will sit there and you know keep
Get
saying
mad at people. I'm gonna cut the channel off if I ain't get no donations.
Yeah. I ain't like that. I mean, you know,
Oh, both of y'all already hip to that shit.
yeah, but I mean, you know, people on the level of Kevin Samuels or somebody like that, he could do that when he was alive, but you know, I mean,
If 5,000 motherfuckers show up, y'all better put something in the fucking collection plate. God damn it, we ain't having church. Church.
Yeah, man, but you know, but it's like this. I will tell anyone who has a YouTube channel is like if there is an opportunity to capitalize and make a little cash, don't fuck the haters.
For
You know,
real.
what
I appreciate
do
the
you?
contributors. I got contributors coming through and laying stuff through and whatever. And in cash, I mean, we call it the super chat. Listen to YouTube, take a third. So if you're making $100, they gonna take what 32.
You only you're only gonna get like $70 when
30,
you
33.50.
if somebody if someone donates to you, YouTube gets 30% of it.
You know what? That's kind of fair if you think about it, though, because the level of access that one has to the potential traffic of profit is, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I think it should go up when you have a lot. Go ahead.
Yeah, and what I will say is, damn the haters, damn all these dirty macking dudes that's calling it grifting because that's just some hate shit. I mean, I don't deny the existence of grifters, but that's truly like some dirty macking shit right there.
But you can tell a grifter due to their content, though.
Like what would you say a signs of a grifter would be?
Someone that just stays toxically on like what is it? Superficial stuff like celebrity or something like that. If you just stay on celebrity,
I thought a grifter was a scammer. I thought one of y'all said that shit.
No. A grifter's not a scammer. A grifter is someone who is who is in the engagement primarily just to see what they can get out of someone.
So let's look it up and see what Google
Oh no, I ain't
says.
going by the Pilgrim definition. I have to see what
Since-
motherfuckers
since-
do in
since
reality.
Since Google is everybody's
Oh.
friendly chat.
That's
Let's
what
see,
motherfuckers do
a
in
person
reality.
who engage in petty, small scale swindling.
Petty small scale what?
Swindling.
Okay, now look up what a dictionary in 1930 said about it. Because they be changing all this shit. Y'all better not be going off of this.
Basically, it's a con. A grifter is a con, basically.
So, it's mainly as far as their symptoms, it's supposed to be fraud, a scammer, a con artist, or a con man.
Okay, but if you're speaking internetically, the thing is, he does. You do gain subscribers. You know what I'm saying? So subscribers do subscribe because they may have caught some of your earlier content, and there's something that they vibe with. And in lieu of having subscribers, you know what I'm saying, or one given lecture that people can rock with, get some jewels from, whatever, folks start showing, appreciation, however they do, right? Well, a grifter in that sense, you're gonna you shouldn't be punished just for having a subscriber base, but how you engage that subscriber base, because you're gonna engage subscribers no matter what. Some motherfuckers just got one or two. They still got that one or two that selected them. So
how about we declare this, that a lot of people are just fickle as hell. You know what I mean? I am with certain things. You know what I mean? Even though I am open minded to a degree, but I believe, that there are half of people, which I'm talking about, half of them, are like that too, but the other half are really like too fickle, you know what I mean? So then it goes into where like you allow your audience to control you. I don't like that.
Well, the bottom line is we're looking at honesty versus dishonesty. So,
yeah,
I mean, I think that's.
Well, wait a minute. No. How is it honesty versus dishonesty? They don't have to be dishonest to be a grifter. They can be honest on what it is that they're there, what they're presenting. But the intention, if the intention is only to see what they can get out of people by being honest or whatever the fuck, that's what makes a motherfucker a grifter.
Here's another one. A perpetrator of a confidence trick or con trick is often referred to as a confidence con man, con artist, or a grifter. So where's the honesty?
Okay, look, that's that definition. I don't know.
Wait a minute. So wait, before you go on, are you trying to just come up with your own for us to ride with you? Or
no,
where you getting this from?
I am adjusting the same way as those who write in that book adjust when they put bootylicious up in that motherfucker. I ain't going off at the book. I'm defining this shit myself, and it doesn't have a internetically environment definition for grifter, right? And when people are using the term of grifter, they're not speaking of someone giving false information or people trying to con someone. It's more of a moralism towards one's character and their participation and engagement in everything that everybody's supposed to be there, to see a mutual build, mutual understanding, mutual this. I would say in the sense of how we use it, a grifter is one who ain't trying to be mutual in their gain.
I wish I could get that Umar Johnson face expression with that pink vest. when he moved to the side.
That nigga had on a pink vest.
Was it or peach? Salmon? I don't know what it was.
Hey, I don't know, man. Game Changers calling nigga Hotep. So, okay, if he's Hotep, and I know he's probably against Trump. So, yeah. But I see Hotep dudes like Hotep Jesus, as it is his YouTube name. He has on a MAGA hat.
Does that make him a grifter?
Hotep Jesus?
Yeah.
Okay, is he a grifter? Is he a grifter to you?
No, I don't know about like. I don't know. Shit.
You gotta have a premise on it, right? I mean, when they.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I find that weird though. Like, okay, he has on a MAGA hat, and he's like all super Hotep, Hotep Jesus. But
what about
I see Dr. Umar. and I see Dr. I see Dr. Umar, and they're calling him, a hotep. So I'm like, okay, what the hell is a hotep? Because I know Dr. Umar is against Trump, but this dude's name is Hotep Jesus. He has a damn MAGA hat on. So I'm like, what the hell?
Do you think Dr. Umar is a grifter, Ray?
The con, you damn right.
Okay.
And there you have it, your witness.
I just put my 2 cents on Dr. Umar because I think it's interesting from.
Oh, we got to hear this from Australia. Shit.
Come
on, man.
I'm Australian, but like I don't really. I mean, I'm South Sudanese by heart, so I would say I'm part of the diaspora.
Already.
Right. Like that's kind of my disposition. That's kind of my outlook. I mean, I'm Australian. Like I'm here. I can take advantage of the resources here, but eventually I want to go back home and add to the economy. So that's my grand plan. But in terms of Dr. Umar and Pan-Africanism, because I've kind of sort of from the outside looking in, I've kind of followed like the whole ADOS Pan-Africanism, and I definitely understand sort of the criticisms of sort of the ideology and the actual implementation of Pan-Africanism. I can see the criticisms, especially from the ADOS point of view, but I would just say this from like I'm 23 years old. I was born in '99, and a lot of people in my generation, like we grew up revering, culture that came out of the ADOS people, like FBA. We grew up on hip hop. We grew up on R&B. We grew up on your movies. So we have a reverence for your culture. So I think the next generation, especially like Gen Z, the millennials, like we are willing to engage in like I think in Pan-Africanism. So like if you guys come over and you guys like we will embrace you guys with open arms. I think a lot of like the angst and a lot of the tension that was justified, especially from like an FBA point of view. I think a lot of that was sort of the older generations because they were still sort of they were still inculcated within their sort of tribal customs, tribal cultures, and they had a little bit of xenophobia when they interacted with you guys. But for us, it's it's a little bit different because we have our cultural sort of backgrounds, but we also we take heed to what came out of America, right? Because like I said, America is a center of empire. So all the great things, the bad things that come out of that culture, we've embraced some of the good things. We've embraced some of the bad things. So we don't really look at you guys like you guys are like some foreign creature, foreign alien. Like I don't know, we can't trust those guys. Like we know you guys because we watch the same movies, we listen to the same music. So
y'all receive a purity of our culture as opposed to just a snippet of what that's interesting because that was actually one of the main reasons why I got into film and audio production. Because being in the military, going all in places around the world, people would ask you about largely just popular culture, and then I realized, okay, well, they think this is the entirety of us, but only because what are they receiving of us as far as goes for the information of how we live, what our actual reality is, the nuances. I think your generation then got all the nuances that.
Right, because we had Twitter, we had Netflix, we had YouTube. So like we interacted with you guys, we saw you guys' cultures, we kind of figured out the idiosyncrasies, and now we can understand it from a more intimate point of view. So we kind of look at you guys as brothers, whereas our parents or our grandparents may look at you guys like they're not our people, you know what I'm saying? But for us, because we had technology, we had Twitter, we had YouTube, we had Netflix, we had all these mediums of cultural exchange. Now we kind of understand what you guys have been through. We understand where you guys are coming from. We have a reverence for the music, for some of the artistic expressions that you guys have developed. And like I feel like Pan-Africanism within this century, I think it could definitely be a viable option. Maybe in the early. Go ahead.
So let me see. You said you're 23, right?
23, right?
How many years ago was like 88? That would be what?
Damn.
What year were you born?
I was born in 99.
That's
So that
35
was
years.
11 years
That's
before.
35 years. Art.
34 years.
35
That's
years.
so 88 is 35 years.
Oh, 35, right?
Yes.
35 years.
Okay, so between 88, that's pretty much me and Kev's time. Between 88 and 93, there
Right.
was a huge push for Pan-Africanism in hip hop.
Right.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Huge.
Cross
And I mean,
colors.
dude,
Yeah.
we wore
Yeah.
Africa. We were obsessed.
White people wore medallions, cuz African
Right.
medallions.
So what I'm saying
They
is,
put it on The Simpsons.
you know, that was probably the best opportunity for people from the continent, I think a lot of Caribbean people really, I think that's how us and the Caribbeans got more close together through that time period. But when it came to people from the motherland and other diasporas, they were like, oh yeah, motherland, yeah, thank you. They weren't really into it like they should have been. As time went on, you know, the ones that were really into the whole Pan-Africanism, they kind of, you know, I still got my leather medallion, but I haven't worn it in a while because I wasn't really motivated, you know. And don't get me wrong, I know Igbo and, you know, Nigerian, you know, I know a little Fulani, you know, things like that, you know, from the time that I did hang out with Africans. But as far as on a larger scale, you know, and when you hear these people complain about, oh, it's one-sided and blah, 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 blah. Okay, we'll take that. But since you express the whole thing about being together and stuff like that, I'm not saying check your parents, but the people that are influenced by the parents that are very disrespectful, like because me and Mr. Z, we had these conversations.
Right.
It's time to have, you know, I guess the people that are the diaspora people to have that conversation between each other to set the record straight so that we can see that at least our brothers across the way is doing something about it so we can come back together. Because that's been the problem, you know, because most of the time when we see the whole back and forth, it's usually some YouTube beef and responses. And I ain't gonna lie, some things that we were called back then that we didn't know was derogatory, since we know what it is in this internet, people starting to feel a certain way. So we got to find some way to heal the family and show that, because, you know, every now and then, you know, we hear people say, oh, no, we're not all about that. Oh, I do check my cousin, whatever. But it's usually like, how can we take your word for it when things are still going on and on and on? So my suggestion would be to be on record at least, or with other people, and have that conversation. Well, not the whole thing, but have some of that conversation in public so that you will have more of us really join in and, you know, and bring the family together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I definitely respect that viewpoint, but I think, you know, there's especially within African culture, like there's this whole thing of respecting your elders. So even if your elders are wrong, even if you as a young person can definitely, like, you can point out, okay, listen, you know, that particular thought, there's a few holes in that logic, right? You as somebody that's as somebody that's younger than that person, you can't persuade them otherwise because you're a younger person.
Oh no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said though. No, because wait, hold on, brother.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying check your elders.
Right.
I'm saying check the people that were influenced by your elders. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, and exactly that's where I was going, right? So
okay.
With my generation in particular, because we have taken so many, we've sort of internalized a lot of sort of Americanisms and like African Americans in particular, because we have such a respect, we have such a reverence, we have such a appreciation for what you guys have developed in America, and we dress like you guys, you know, we listen to the same music, we talk like you guys, especially the people who speak English, right? We talk like you guys, like, you know, a lot of the things that you guys have developed, we've taken hold of, and we've tried to, you know, figure out our own way of expressing that, right? So my whole perspective is like, okay, the older generation, the Gen X, like the older Gen X's, the boomers, like, you know, they were still entrenched within their own sort of tribal cultures, their rituals. And so whichever culture they interacted with, it's automatically that's inferior to what we had. We're not going to embrace that. but like the millennials and the Gen Zs, like we definitely have like a different perspective, right? And I think especially with China, Russia, all these world powers coming into Africa and developing the infrastructure, I feel like the next couple generations, as the Gen Zs and the millennials get into the 40s and 50s and start to assume positions of government, I think there's a
That
very
part.
there's an opportunity for prosperity on both sides. Like you guys, because we don't look at you guys like nah, these guys they're completely different for us. Like our grandparents did, because we grew up with you guys in a sense. So
Let me ask you something, Isaac. So with what it is that you say your generation encountered, has
right.
it also dissolved tribal frictions amongst those who partake in the culture? You know what I'm saying?
I would definitely say so. I mean, you
Yeah.
definitely still have some people who embrace that tribalism, but I feel like if you interact with that culture, like we definitely embrace a whole, because I mean blackness, that the whole idea, that whole notion of being black comes from America. It doesn't come from Africa. You Africa, I'm saying black. No, where you from? Who's your father? Who's your people? Like I'm from Igbo tribe. I'm from Northern tribe. I'm from Dinka tribe. I'm from Choli. Like that's kind of how we
Right.
orientate ourselves. But you interact with African American culture, and you study the civil rights struggle. You study Malcolm X, Garvey, Booker T. Washington, all these great
So blackness can resonate. It resonates as tribal to you.
Right. Exactly. Especially for my generation, right? We call ourselves black, but my parents, they don't call themselves black. They call themselves Nuer. They call themselves Dinka. Like it's still a tribal thing. But if you're born past a certain point, I'm black, right? If I go out there in the street, I'm about to go to the club, I'm gonna adapt with another brother, right? He might be a different tribe from me, and our parents might not see eye to eye, but because he's black, I'm black. We interact with this culture. We identify ourselves as black within the context of
that is
around
interesting.
Right.
So when they see, we're talking about your elders now. When they express what black is, do they go into like Muhammad Ali, Barack Obama, or do they go to Tupac, Snoop Dogg?
Good question.
I think they. I mean, I'll say for my dad, he studied the civil rights movement. Like he knows Malcolm X, he knows MLK. Like he, there is a reverence. I think there is, like my dad's. He's about to turn 60 years old this year. So I think there is an understanding of that, like the underbelly of that culture. And then there's also like they understand MLK. They understand the significance of the civil rights struggle in terms of liberating Africa, right? Because a lot of African leaders, they studied Marcus Garvey, they studied the Back to Africa movement, so that there is an understanding of that, right? So I don't know if I
well, I mean, I make it a little bit more clear because I have this conversation with Latinos too,
right?
And they got mad, but they had to really think about it. For example, like especially the young ones. We have a lot of like, intellectually astute young black men. Right. I mean, I consider Neil deGrasse Tyson a little young.
Yep.
Different people that are pretty young in that fashion. But whatever the media is showing, because a lot of people use the media as an excuse, usually that gets more cred. That gets more like, I don't want that black, that type of black. I want to be like that type of black. And usually that type of black got the sagging pants, the guns out, the tattoos, the crazy stuff. But as far as the other kind of black, where that person is an upper society, what have you, it's not. It's like that dirty glass and clean glass metaphor. That what's his
That's
name?
a good point.
Elijah Muhammad told us.
Yep.
Yeah. So like you said, the dirty glass is that bad for you, but it's very interesting. It has texture. It's sexy. What a clean glass is clean, but it's boring. So I'm just wondering, do you see that when it comes to the people that you guys supposed to be respecting, or the people that you're around? Do you see that if they're embracing the quote unquote degenerates of our society as, hey, I want to wear a weave just like she does, instead of I want to be respectful like her. I want to wear tats like this dude instead of saying I want to wear a suit like this dude. I mean, do you kind of see what's going on that? I mean, do you see that? That's what I was asking. Do you see that where you're coming from?
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. You definitely see you definitely see some people embracing, the excellence that you guys are producing. You definitely see people embracing the degeneracy that comes out of that. So, but in terms of like my parents in particular, like I mean, my dad, I mean, he's a Pan African, like so he studied Marcus Garvey. If you study Marcus Garvey, I mean, I would assume that he knows all about the freedom. I know he knows about Malcolm X. He knows about like civil rights leaders. He knows about W.E. Du Bois. So, like a lot of like a lot of the baby boomers who were educated, they studied like a lot of the Pan African literature. So they've tried their best to impart some of that wisdom, and sort of shape the worldview of their children within that same paradigm. But you definitely
It's
have.
weird that you mention that, dude, because you keep mentioning that your parents try to instill the Marcus Garveys, the Malcolm X's, but you never said they try to instill the Richard Pryors or the Red Foxes or the Moms Mabley. You see what I'm going?
Okay, I hear you. I definitely hear you.
Yeah, because those, I wouldn't say that Richard Pryor was degenerate,
right,
but he was a comedian.
right.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, and he was. I
I
mean,
mean,
people look.
they like James Brown. They like they like music. Like they like
Yeah,
Miles
but
Davis.
James Brown was. He considered himself a leader too, especially during the time when Martin Luther King got killed. He went to Boston, and he had enough clout to shut down riots and stuff. Right. So yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that it's something about the sexiness of the degeneracy to where it's and I'm not saying it's anybody's like fault, but I'm saying is that it's still being used to define Black culture or being Black.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Like I said, I think probably my parents are probably an exception. But yeah, it's definitely something that's been like that imagery has been exported globally. So you definitely there's definitely a contingency of people that associate that type of behavior. I'm not saying behavior like Richard Pryor. I think he was a brilliant comedian. So I'm not going to say.
I'm just saying for someone back in.
But yeah,
for someone back in their day.
Yeah.
When you compare like a Richard Pryor to a Malcolm X,
right?
You don't instill Richard Pryor to your young ones back in the day. Say, hey, you need to be like Richard Pryor. He was just somebody that you were entertaining, were laughing. They usually try to instill the people from that civil rights time. Even Jesse back in the day. If y'all saw some of his old footage, oh my God! But yeah, that's an observation. It's not really a finger wagging or pointing type thing. It's just more of an observation on what's being gravitated to, and if you see anything normal or.
Well, I mean, listen, we have like people who, we have, I don't know if I mean, this might sound. I mean, we have people who were like we have degenerates in our own community, right? Like we know those people. Like those people, he's a drunk. He did this. He did that. He killed someone. Like that's within our own immediate family, but we don't exalt those people as an example to follow, right? We find people who have done some great things throughout their lifetime.
Yeah,
and
that's
you're right. You steer your children towards those people.
Very
Like,
important.
Hey, listen, that person did that.
Still talking? Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, no. Yeah,
because I think my mic went out. That's why I didn't know you're still talking. Sorry about that. Go ahead, brother.
No, like I was just saying, like we people who have done outstanding things throughout their lifetime, like there's freedom fighters, engineers, doctors within our family, but we also have the drunks who never made it. The people that who fell victim to their vices, right? And those are the people that you remember, and you tell your children to look at as an example, right? You look for people who have done exceptional things throughout their lifetime, and that's not we do that with African Americans as well. I mean, Malcolm X, MLK. And these people have done great things. You study a lot of times, and you help your children. Take heed as to what.
Because I'm not making excuses for the elders there, but it's like you see Sukihana, you see Cardi B, you see what these other chicks, Sexy Red and all these people. And, we raised you. I'm just talking about, we raised you to be an upstanding man, to take on the name, all this kind of stuff.
Right.
How do you address the fact that I don't want you to be with anybody like this chick over here, even, in that culture? How do you say that without offending anybody?
I mean, they frank with it. Like, don't bring that to my blood.
Isn't
But
that weird?
I don't live in America though, so I'm saying like it's a different dynamic in Australia. Like I said, we have some girls who grew up in traditional households, patriarchal households, and they decided for whatever reason, under their own volition, to go down that path, right? And it's just kind of just it's it's like, yo, don't choose that girl to be your wife. Like, you try to bring that girl back to the household. Like, no, she's not a respectable woman, right? Like, that's something that you pick up by osmosis. It's not something that's necessarily explicitly said, but it's kind of like shown to you, and you pick up over throughout your adolescence, I guess. Like, yo, this isn't a wife. You can have fun with her, but bring her back to make her your wife. That's just not something that you do, right? So
yeah, because I wish I had classes, discussions in my classes like this. We kind of had that with Middle Eastern people. They're a little bit more strict, but I think those are the conversations that need to be had as far as what are you gravitating to, what kind of media is influencing your decision making on who we are, and and then on top of that, if this part of the culture is not the way, I'm talking about the elders now, if this part of the culture is not to your liking for your family or your people, why don't you show us how it's done for those that will be willing to listen? That's Pan-Africanism right there.
Right. 100%. I think it all boils down to the media at the end of the day. Like, the media, they have the ability to shape the perception of whatever people are, right? So, like, for me, I've done I've read the literature, like in being part of the manosphere, I can understand. Okay, the Moynihan Report. Obviously you guys went through slavery, so there's been a whole variety of factors as to why some of the ills have sprung amongst your populace. And not to say, there's people in South Sudan who have gone through some treacherous things, right? And there's definitely that element within where I'm from as well. I'm not gonna lie to you and say we're perfect. Like, yeah, Africa. Like, I'm not that person who's gonna romanticize Africa and to say that we have no issues whatsoever. Like, there's definitely a plethora of issues, but yeah, the media definitely has a huge role to play in how we interact with each other and how we perceive each other and grant respect to each other. So I definitely understand the perspective.
Yeah, that's usually my plea to a lot of people from the the continent, the Latin America, even some parts of South Pacific, and things of that nature, because you already know there's a lot of people that make y'all look bad, like really bad.
Exactly.
And the thing is that when they do that, they try to make it look like your whole culture is a part of that when they just being coons on their own. So, because I know the difference, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, sometimes I had to let them know. I'm like, hey, wait a minute, your culture don't teach you that,
right?
In the face, you should see their face when they hear that. So I know what it is, man. I'm just, those discussions that need to be had. Matter of fact, I'm going to do a panel, something like what we're talking about.
Okay, cool.
And try to keep that an ongoing conversation, because people that's having that FBA, non-FBA fight or whatever, it ain't gonna last that long. They just having these battles, but they're gonna run out of insults, names, stuff like that. So once they run out of it, they gotta go in another direction. So we're gonna be doing our thing.
They don't have a lot to fight with when it comes to that shit.
Yeah, how many names you gonna call each other?
Yeah.
Hey, but listen up. Shout out to Rogish, who was on the panel, who just gave me a cash app for said for homie's testimonial, Isaac T. So really appreciate the support. Anybody watching, don't let Rogish be by himself in the Cash App game.
I gotta wait till I get paid next week. So I appreciate
Okay.
it.
All right, but yeah, we got Snake Man up here. He's been up here for a second. So
Oh, my brother.
Snake Man, what it do, brother?
yeah. So go ahead. You got the floor.
Nah, you guys actually had a very nice discussion. My problem is what exactly is the topic? Because I tried to find the topic and then I heard you were talking about the megalodon, so I'm a little bit confused.
Okay.
I started. The original topic is the original topic is this is what weakness looks like. I tried to get into some of the facets of weakness, and trying to tell black men to kind of steer away from some things. And weakness had few meanings, and then it went into affirmative action, and then it went into horror movies.
Then
And
the kaleidoscope, goddamn it, that's what it did.
yeah,
I can't walk the hallway right now. I can't even walk in the hallway.
Ray took us on the fucking shroom trip.
It's too dark.
So now we're here. We're discussing cultural impact of the Black Manosphere worldwide, and culture stuff now with Isaac T, who is living in Australia at the moment. So if you want to weigh in, Snake Man, on some of this culture stuff, go right ahead.
Okay, what I can say about the manosphere, and that is only because I had some passionate discussions with my kinsman from the continent for the last 3 months. Is that when it comes to the manosphere, especially the black one? Now, don't be offended. That is just a definition. The Negropean, aka the Black European, has a lot of impact. The manosphere has a lot of impact, but it's because they are, especially in the UK, even if the UK brothers don't tell you it, they tell us Africans, but I don't never see it. Same kind of information exchanges, especially here in the Black Manosphere. But you have it was a big impact. I think they don't want to tell you because they don't want to admit that has the idea from you guys, and they want to say that they came up with on their own, but they're basically copying you. But when it comes to the continent, what I heard out, we know you exist, but we really don't care because we have 100 other things to do, like who do kick in the nuts because your grandfather stole a camera or some shit.
Man, shit. That's exactly what it is. Like,
man, can y'all send me emails so I can? Because I want to definitely put a diaspora panel together and put some good questions out. But if y'all can send it at newstyletv@gmail. Because I'm definitely I want to definitely put that panel together, and it'll be worth your while. So this is right now. This is like a little teaser right tonight, but we got to start having those conversations and make some money at the same time.
Oh yeah, for sure. Shred the news. I think those. The thing is, what Isaac presented was something very interesting. I think Nameless speaks upon it quite a bit as well. As far as there being a window of opportunity for an actual relinking of the diaspora. Maybe not so much on the Pan-African side of the game as much as it is the diaspora, side of the game. That's interesting and linked largely through the universalism elements that is a culture that is Black culture of American popular culture. Again, Nameless did speak to us. He said Black is going to become people of color, and I mean that saying as we live.
Hate that label.
Yeah, I know you.
Fucking hate it.
I know you.
People of color.
POC. We all we got. POC. We all we got.
People of color, right? But this is the thing. Okay, so let's say that as Black people will be completely absorbed, right? Admixture to the point of how BGS and Ames put it. Then, but also what of our social ethos, right? So yeah, Black is going to become people of color. So then we're going to be living around these people, but not being acknowledged as a person to people or something like that. Okay, but what does that leave us for? He said it could offer us into a defaulted universalism because you really don't belong anywhere. And when you don't belong anywhere, everywhere belongs to you.
Is that in a poem? No, I'm joking.
Nah.
We don't belong anywhere. Everybody belongs.
No, that's another version of Bun B. All I can see in front of me is up for grabs. Come off your slab.
See, told you. Oh, he went there. Okay.
Shit.
He gotta have it. He gotta have that white chick. Rogus, you're so righteous. You better believe it, baby.
I can't do it with a beast broad, as I used to say back in those days. I can't do it with a beast broad, man.
Uno, baby.
Art, a very short question. Where should I send the email?
Oh, let me check. Let me see.
But can I send it to the private chat? Because
I can go into that. Yeah, you can. Let me put it in the private chat here so you can get the right.
No, I put my email.
Oh, yours? Okay. All right. So what Haswa, Yoruba, Igbo?
Igbo.
Oh, Wanowoke.
Kedu. So the problem is I don't really speak the language because my father never taught me it.
Oh, damn, you sound like one of us. Okay.
Hey, Isaac. Hey,
you're laughing right now.
You just got
laughing.
Let me send this to you, brother. Okay, let me see.
Was that Ray?
Hey, you just had me thinking, man. I'm gonna go ahead and do some research and look up some historical places in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, we got Uluru. We got
You really want to get that restaurant, huh, Ray?
Hey, man.
As soon as you get on that taxi off the plane, he's like, take me to that. I can't pronounce it, but just take me to this right here. Read it. Okay.
Boy, I had to get the cooking, man. As soon as I seen that shit, my shit's on the stove right now.
You know what, man? Maybe y'all already known this, but I cook everything in a what do you call it? A
copper,
a cast iron skillet. Now I cook everything in that because for some reason I fry fish in it. I bake chicken. It makes a big difference in a cast iron skillet.
I thought you were about to say like roasting or something like that. You know what I mean? Roasting
Yeah,
meat.
you can do the cast iron skillet in the oven with the roasting. You know, they give you that roasted chicken. It's the bomb.
Oh yeah,
barbecue,
sirloin burger,
bruh.
A steak.
You know, because I was looking because the reason why because I tried a jerk chicken recipe in the cast iron skillet. If anybody like jerk chicken, you'll never go wrong with that.
You made you made homemade jerk sauce, or
yes, sir. No, I mean I had to mix it with ginger garlic paste.
Yeah.
There's a seasoning called Dan-O because that's what Dan-O's original. I used that, and then also I used the I forgot the name of this jerk paste. There's a paste strong as hell, but it's effective.
Hey, do you use allspice?
No.
No, you don't use allspice. Allspice different region.
Allspice is for what? Chinese?
Allspice for Asia.
And then like a lot of olive oil, bruh, it tastes
You
just
don't
like the
know your
restaurant.
landmass,
It tastes
Negro.
just like the restaurant. I swear to God, man. So sorry for my Jamaican restaurants. No, I take that back. I'm gonna go to Hungry Joe's. That's a different one. But all these other places that I was going to, I can make it better. And I'm not even Jamaican.
Shout out to the Indians. Your curry ain't shit. It's too weak.
The curry tastes like what? Perfume?
Their
Now
curry
because
is watery too.
yeah, it's watery because I ate it and something like, man, it's like I bet it's like African curry. It's hot as shit. Like you must drink the entire Nile or something. So I bite into it, it's like, what is this? What is this? Why it is so soft, so milk?
Yeah, the fragrance.
Do you need a sriracha?
Yeah, I can't deal with their curry, man. Sorry, Indians that's listening. I can't deal with your curry. So
Yeah.
Thai curry and
curry.
Japanese curry, yeah.
Like
Jamaican curry, Thai curry, Japanese, Chinese curry. I can deal with that.
Yeah, Thai is good curry.
Yo, can I just add to what Snake Man said about the Negro? Was it Negropean? That I think that was a powerful point because a lot of them, like especially first generation, second generation Africans who grew up in the West or spent considerable time in the West. I mean, they won't admit to you that their sense of pride about being African was restored because of African Americans, man, because of the Tariq Nasheeds of the world, because of the
out of spite.
Huh?
You saying that
I don't know if it's out of spite, but like, listen, I mean, if you grew up BGS alludes to it all the time. The Prussian school system teaches you a certain way, right? And it indoctrinates you in a particular way, and you grew up thinking that white people are the greatest thing that ever touched this earth, right? And Africans aren't exempt from that, especially first generation, second generation Africans. Grew up
I just wanted to say I grew up in Germany. So the dynamic in Germany is a little bit different because of the German history. So I never grew up white is the best thing. I grew up. I'm good and I'm black, so I have to not booty clap for the small-head people. So
Right, I grew up in Australia, so it's kind of similar to Germany. We didn't have a legacy of slavery here, so we didn't think that white people. I mean, if you grew up in Britain, it might have been different. Britain, and you grew up in the Caribbean, so that might have been a little different sort of dynamic. But I think a lot of the the guys that you see from the UK, talking with all this bravado and arrogance, with their chest protruding out, like, yeah, I'm African, I'm this, I'm that, I'm that. I'm like, yo, chill out, man. Like, listen, your whole get down is from it's from the Americans, like, and you don't want to admit that. So I think that's definitely a real thing. That's
man, I got to get you on that panel, man.
You been lining it up, huh?
Man, the funniest thing from the UK, brother, is when they start quote unquote East African against West African shit. Like, you are Sharia, you are Sharia. You know what that means?
You are what?
That means Sharia. That means curly head.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. Like the Somalis and Ethiopians and Nigeria. I don't know. It's a weird thing that's going on over there. Like, they have this little beef going back and forth. I don't get it, because we have the same. Like, we got Sudanese, we got Zimbabweans, we got Nigerians, we got Ethiopian Somalis, and that dynamic isn't really present here.
They say that go back thousands of years.
Yeah, it's not really present here, but in the UK, there's this weird sort of fixation upon the phenotype and their hair sort of texture of the Somalis and Ethiopians and the Nigerians and the West Africans in the UK, and particularly the UK. I don't know what it is, but like it's interesting to witness. So.
Yeah, in France, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different.
Okay.
Because there are a lot of North Africans, and the dynamic between North Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans is a little bit different, especially if you're in a foreign country. Like I say, it's complicated. It's really weird, like, because it's the same like here in Germany, like, because of the history and so that you are not really on the radar, so you can do whatever you want, because like 600 Nigerian can meet each other, no one gives a fuck, like. But if 10 Arabs come together, Rio, police, Rio.
Right. Yeah, they're real wary about the Islamic North African, that whole that whole vibe. They kind of very
Okay. All right. Hey, fellas. Yeah, I appreciate this discussion, but I gotta tell you, you guys, this broadcast, I was gonna end it at 2 hours. But you know, it just goes to show, like it shows me that you know I'm having some fun with this, and you know being informed, and definitely with the discourse of the conversation and the many places that it went. So I guess I can give this about I don't know 10 more minutes. We'll do it. We'll get to 4.5. We'll get to 4.5 hours. So
Oh no,
all
I'm a
right.
mash out. I'm a mash
Yeah, I
out
would
now
say
because I
it's a
do
good
got off work.
discussion. Oh, go ahead, dude.
Who's mashing out?
I'm a mash out. I just got off
Yeah,
work. So I
I
appreciate
got
the
to
And
shot.
drop.
Rogish, when do you do your
Rogish.
next panel? When do you do your next panel?
I'm gonna do.
I miss our discussions.
I'm gonna do one in the morning. It's gonna be
Oh,
interesting.
okay. Let me take
It's
care
gonna
of
be-
this, brother.
I'm gonna do
Go
one
ahead.
over something that we was talking about on Arts panel. Something that came up when Nameless spoke about the identity of black being divorced as a shadow of white. So it's like oh, okay, interesting. You know what I'm saying? He gave a 5 bullet point. Damn, I can't remember. I wrote it down. I ain't got my notes with me now. But yeah, I'm gonna light it up in the morning. This was something I've been thinking about since we had that panel, and I think we definitely need to unpack it. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, yeah.
mañana, mi hermano.
Yeah. Shout out to nameless protagonist. Oos.
Wuss. Respect y'all.
Okay.
But
Y'all be blessed.
Rogish, never forget the discussion we had. The entire shit started with the Spaniard. The Spaniard is a butthurt nature. It
Yeah.
started with.
I never will forget it. And you know what? To end off on this, when you came up on the one, you know they already exposed. What's that dude name? Something LeBou or whatever. The white dude. He turned out he was a pilgrim dookie dipper. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you mean the Frenchman? I hate it because I was raised German, and I think all Frenchmen are by definition.
Yeah. But yeah. So he was definitely a grifter. I holler at y'all, man. See y'all in the AM.
All right, Rogish. All right, Rogish. Then.
Peace, man.
Yeah. Once again, thanks for coming through. All right.
Okay, so I'm about to go ahead and get ready myself, man, because I got to keep my workout regimen up. So I got to get that sleep in.
Word.
Yeah. It was good talking to y'all, man. Yeah, because like I said, I'm cooking, and that was a good discussion, man. You know, I sat back and listened to y'all. That was pretty decent. Good questions.
Word.
We try to bring balance here. You know, try to keep it productive, despite of what people think.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what we do.
I think panels like this, you know, are really like, you know, the supreme, because when you have like incorporated different, you know, topics and shit, instead of just staying on one topic, it makes it more interesting.
Yeah, but it wears host out. So I gotta start cutting my stuff short, man. I'm like, because I try to keep it up, but man, and he's trying to leave at 4.5 hours. I'm like, you see mine go to 8.
Yeah. I'm gonna get on your level one day, man. one
Yeah,
of these
because I
days.
just sit there and draw. I do all kinds of stuff on the side while people are working and talking. So I do multitasking. I had to start cutting it at 12, man. But sometimes people, the bad part is that people start getting it very interesting after 12.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, dang, I can't leave.
Yeah,
I kind of figured that while you didn't let people on when Dr. Short was on.
Oh yeah, I don't do that anymore. Yeah, when I have special guests, I'm very selective on that.
Yeah. You kind of have to be, because you want, if someone is gracious enough to come and let you interview them, and they have a plethora of good information, you got to stay on course. You know, if you open up the panel sometimes that shit can go in other directions that weren't intended.
Yeah, it
So I
has
do.
twice with him.
Right.
We had a couple of people come up and just disrespect him, and I'm like, get out of here, Randy Short. So I left it alone. I'm like,
Yeah.
I gotta protect my guests.
Yeah, I feel you on that, bro.
All right, you guys. So let me go ahead and take my concoction so I can get some sleep.
Word. All right. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Peace,
So
man. Have
look
a
for
good
the
night.
emails, fellas.
Peace.
All right. Peace to
Peace.
y'all. Take care. God
All right,
bless.
you too, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to now. By me in the morning, but I don't want to hold the panel on. The only thing I want to say, because Rogish brought it up, how can you be a woman and you don't realize that your man likes man?
Said,
Now,
how? Go ahead. Finish up, Snake Man.
seriously, I never understood this because okay, I would get it if you just meet him one time, but if you're living with that man and you don't realize that your man likes man and already got his booty taken multiple times, how do you not realize that?
You say I can't even realize his back been broken.
Oh God. Yeah. That is something to
Nah.
think about.
But yeah, but I'm out here, brother Kev, man. I'll holler at you, man, sometime tomorrow, man. When you not working tomorrow?
When I'm working tomorrow, I'm pretty much free. I might actually do a couple things on the entertainment channel. I mean, we ain't did nothing on that channel in months.
Oh,
So
entertainment channel. So you thinking about covering like some like movies or some trailers that came out?
yeah, I got two broadcasts. I got two broadcasts already planned. It's like the Justice League is doing a crossover with Godzilla and Kong, which I think is fucking stupid. But I'm gonna get my yeah, which I'm gonna do anyway, and also I'm gonna review that Baki, the new season of Baki.
Oh man,
Oh,
beat me to the damn punch, you son of a bitch. Oh damn it.
hold
Oh
on. The season with Pickle?
yes.
Yeah, with Pickle. So just look like the channel is in my channels on this YouTube channel. It's called the Black Dimension. BLAKK Dimension. So
Hey, you're older than me, Kev. Dude, check out this too. You may want to put this in there too. Twisted Metal. Main
oh
star
yeah,
Anthony Mackie.
I heard about Twisted Metal. They said there's this YouTuber named Penguin Zero. Like dude's got like a crazy amount of subs. He said that he berated the trailers and the previews, but he said it was actually a really fun show to watch. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and not just based on him, but Anthony Mackie and Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe is Sweet Tooth, so yeah, I'll definitely be checking it out.
Ah, okay. No wonder he got okay because it's based on a video game. So yeah.
Yeah, Twisted Metal. Yeah,
Yeah.
so thank Ray Hummer. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion and reminding me that I gotta watch this. But all right, fellas. All right.
They appreciate you having me up. It was a great conversation. Hopefully, I catch one of your lives in the future.
Okay.
Take care, bro.
Well, Isaac.
Cool.
I'm usually on. Late night Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Sunday is the smoke show.
Okay.
So
Yes,
that's
yes, yes.
I suggest anyone to approach those shows with a little bit of caution. 'Cause there's already
Yeah.
claimed a few casualties. So,
Okay,
yeah.
we'll do. But for sure, man. Hey, take care, bro. Appreciate you having me up.
Okay, absolutely, Isaac. You're welcome anytime, bro.
Yeah, it was good having you on, Isaac.
All right,
Everybody.
Snake Man.
Peace, Isaac. Maybe we see us on Art's channel.
All right, same us, bro.
Yeah, definitely. I love to watch that diaspora broadcast. So yeah, definitely. So thanks for coming up.
Bye.
All right, Snake Man. Okay, and
Yeah, bro. It was a good one, man. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, let you go ahead and go to sleep, man. Get you some rest so you can get on that channel tomorrow, man. Hey, yeah, I'm definitely. I can't wait to see that.
Oh yeah. All right, homie. All right. Appreciate you coming through again. Ray Hummer, the Hummer Force.
Appreciate you, bro.
Advocate for brotherhood amongst black men, and you know, just appreciate that. So
And black boys too.
yeah, yeah, definitely black boys, because we got to look out for them. Because if no one else will, it's got to be us. Yeah, but approach that shit with caution too. So,
Oh,
uh,
amen with that one.
yeah, so here's my final thoughts, and yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take it to the start counting sheep. Uh, yeah, man, black men in particular. Uh, well, I don't want us looking weak at all. So not only do we have to work on ourselves and make sure that we solidify ourselves as individuals and solidifying our resolve, but we also got to make sure that our own brotherhood is not weakened either, because we have a lot of haters that share the same skin color. And it's unfortunate for me to have to come to these broadcasts and say these things, but it is what it is. And I just want to keep you brothers awake, not woke, awake and aware of what's going on around you, because uh, I'm one of the content creators that definitely don't want anyone having some, especially black men, having some horrible surprises come our way. And nobody was there to advise or to inform them that certain things could happen. And when you have guys who want to silence those who try to make brothers aware of what's going on around them, then that's a weak look as well. I mean, is is got to be us in many of these situations. It can't just be I am him situation, because definitely there are strength in numbers, and I want us as black men to keep that in mind. And any sisters that is willing to cooperate and be helpmates as well, I welcome that. I really do. But the ball has to be in our hands as black men. The ball has to be in our court, and we have to be the one making the shots. We have to be the ones, making the touchdowns on the football field. Yeah, and it's for the culture. Not only that, but it is also for our personal enrichment and resolve as black men. So I just want you to carry that thought with you for a second, because um, what I don't want your average thinking black man to do is give up, because there's a bunch of fuck niggas out there that want to hate, that want to see us split apart, and want to see our destruction just for their own benefit. And that's right there is weakness on display. The fact that you think you can do it all by yourself, and in the process, try to destroy others who may very well be your biggest allies. So, you know, I don't believe in the depletion of any of our ranks. Just you have to trim the fat, but at the same time, you have to use discretion and proper discernment for that. You can't just go around saying this nigga right here don't deserve this. This nigga right here don't deserve that. Fuck that nigga. I hope that nigga die. Blah 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 blah. Can't just be going around doing that. And we got to develop some type of code for
shitty ass fucking people like that. And if we can't come to a decision right now about something like that, then there are plenty of broadcasts to be had from various content creators in the Black Manosphere. And the Black Manosphere is very effective at this point. You know, you're gonna have your little haters, your little dipshits, your little fuck niggas saying that it's not working, but due to people like Isaac, and I've talked to quite a few people that are outside the United States, the worldwide impact is being felt. And that's what I like to see. No matter what these stupid motherfuckers say, yes, the impact is being felt, and is being felt in a positive way. And if you don't believe me, just go back and and watch the last hour, hour and a half, 2 hours of this broadcast, because there's your evidence right there. And anybody that wants to refute that, especially those 4 content creators that I called out last night and tonight, be my motherfucking guest, because I can't wait. Because you know, we gotta purge. We as black men, we gotta purge the pussy shit. I know I'm being a little candid. I'm being a little explicit. But I've been up all fucking night and I'm fucking tired right now. So, I mean, but I take accountability for that. That was my decision. And just damn, the conversation just got too interesting. Just keep in mind that we are very passionate over here about our views, our thoughts, our beliefs, and after all of that, everything will be okay. Everything will be okay. So don't give up hope, black man. Don't give up hope. So anyway, this is Kev. This is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Long live the habitual line steppers. In Kev we trust.
Peace.
When you don't give up, you definitely will win. Keep pushing, brothers. Have a great week and be on the lookout. I'm gonna probably drop some short videos this week, so just be on the lookout. And yeah, like I said, if you haven't, subscribe and better yet, become a member. So peace out.